1, 2, 3. The House will come to order. Members, please register. Stand one more time, okay? When I tell you, just hit it once, okay? Have all members registered? Have all members registered? Have all members registered? A quorum is present. The House and gallery will please rise for the invocation, which will be offered by Pastor Scott Wall from Capital Commission in Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, members. Long time no see. Glad to have everyone here. I think this will be the last time that we meet before Christians celebrate Christ laying down his life for us and rising again on the third day. And before he died, he said, I give you a commandment that you love one another. He said, greater love is no one than this, that he lay down his life for another. I'm hoping that if I asked you, would you be willing to lay down your life for the other 149, that you would say yes. I know yesterday was a long day, and so maybe not for everybody, but I think that's what he's called us to do. I know it's been challenging, but he still called us to love even in the midst of the challenging times. In fact, he said, love our enemies. I hope you don't consider each other enemies, but he did raise the bar. And so I want to pray in regard to that kind of sacrificial love that Jesus called us to. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you with humility and gratitude, lifting up this Texas legislature to your throne of grace. Know that Jesus showed us the greatest love of all by laying down his life for us. He said he didn't come to be served, but to serve and to give himself as a ransom for many. May that same spirit of sacrificial love fill the hearts of every member of this legislature. Let their decisions reflect compassion over pride, truth over convenience, and the good of the people over the pool of personal gain. And where there is division, bring unity. Where there is confusion, bring clarity. And where there is obvious weariness, bring strength. And may their work echo the love you showed us, bold, selfless, and full of grace. We pray all of this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. The chair now recognizes the Honorable Jeff Berry, Brazoria County, to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, good morning. Welcome back. It seems like we just got back here, but please join me in saying the pledge to the greatest flag in the galaxy. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And the Texas flag?
The chair now hears excuses for absent members. Please excuse Ms. Morales Shaw because of important business of the district. On motion of Ms. Bowers, please excuse Mr. Jones because of an illness. On motion of Ms. Linda Garcia. Is there any objection? Chair has none, so ordered. Mr. Schatzline, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if a member is opposed to a resolution such as honoring a famed abortionist, in the state of Texas on the congratulatory or memorial resolutions calendar, is there a procedure under the House rules to consider that resolution separately?
No, there is not.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Chasson, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Would it be in order to divide the question and consider each resolution individually?
No, it is not.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Chasson, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
The House rules allow for a motion to vote on measures section by section. Does that rule apply to a resolutions calendar?
It does not.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Chasson, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
For purposes of the House rules and under House precedent, does this mean that no congratulatory or memorial calendar is considered divisible by the chair?
That is correct.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Chasson, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
If a member of this body or group of members strongly objects, which we do, to a resolution placed on the congratulatory or memorial calendar, is our only recourse to vote against the entire calendar, thus sacrificing the rest of the good resolutions that are on the calendar?
Mr. Chasson, that is one option. You may also record an individual registration of no with the journal clerk.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Chasson, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it true, though, that the majority of the body or every Republican in the Texas House, if they were to register a no vote, that resolution would still pass?
The journal clerk cannot accept more than a majority of no votes.
So, Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Chasson, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
So are you saying that if every Republican goes and registers a no vote on that resolution, then it would not pass?
That is not what I said. The journal clerk cannot accept more than a majority of no votes.
Okay. Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Chasson, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Will the members of this body have the opportunity to speak against the resolution?
No.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Chasson, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
So it is the only way we can actually kill this horrific resolution is to vote down the resolutions calendar.
That is your choice, Mr. Chasson.
Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
I move to postpone the consideration of today's memorial resolutions calendar until July 15th.
You are not recognized for that motion at this time.
Okay, Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Chasson, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
There's no possible way that any one of our members can come and speak against recognizing an abortionist on the Texas House floor today?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Chasson. Mr. Harrison, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
A couple times in your responses to Representative Chasson's questions, you said, I believe it was twice, that the House clerk cannot record more than a majority of noes to be registered in the journal. Where is that prohibition found in the House rules?
The resolutions on the resolution calendar are adopted by a special procedure, and they're adopted by a single motion.
I don't know where that would be found. Can you tell me what rule, number, section, and subsection provides for that prohibition?
Rule 6, Section 12.
Mr. Speaker, while my colleagues and I are
Mr.
looking...
Harrison, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
State your
Speaker.
inquiry.
While my colleagues and I are looking up that provision that you just referenced, what would happen should a majority or a majority plus one members of this body attempt to register a no vote with the clerk?
Once we get past a majority, they will be recorded as statements in the journal.
So are you saying that it's your position that you would deny the 77th
Mr. Har-
Republican a chance to...
Mr. Harrison, that's not what I said. What I said was a statement of fact, that the journal clerk
And-
will accept up to a majority, and after that, they'll be recorded as statements in the journal.
And I'm asking for clarification on that, Mr. Speaker. Is that what would happen? What would happen after the 76th Republican went up to register?
They would be recorded as
I know you're
statements.
saying that they can put a statement, but they would be denied an opportunity to register a no.
Not what I said. I said as a matter of fact, they would be recorded as statements in the journal.
Right, but is it not also correct that what you are saying is they would in fact be denied an opportunity to
Mr.
register a
Harrison,
no?
that's not what I said. They would be recorded as statements in the journal after that.
Mr. Speaker, I understand that is what you said, but I'm asking, is the implication of your statement that they would in fact be denied? The 77th Republican would be denied an opportunity to register a no against honoring Planned Parenthood. Is that not the implication of your statement?
Mr. Harrison, that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Harrison, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
State
Speaker.
your inquiry.
As who is ultimately responsible for what comes to the body and ends up on a calendar for any individual day in this chamber?
Mr. Harrison, that is not a statement, a proper parliamentary inquiry.
I think it's a completely proper parliamentary inquiry. I am asking how we conduct the business of the House today. And I'll rephrase it, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Harrison, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
As the presiding officer, do not the House rules vest in you the authority to control the conduct and the time and the manner and place in which we take up and consider various motions, bills, resolutions? Do the House rules not vest that authority in you as the presiding officer?
Mr. Harrison, the House rules contain specific procedures for the setting of calendars by the House.
They absolutely do. But but it is the ultimate responsibility for the adjudication of that process and make sure that process flows according to the House rules. Does that authority not reside with you as the presiding officer?
Mr. Harrison, your question has been asked and answered. There are specific rules that dictate how calendars are set.
And you are not denying that you are in fact responsible for Planned Parenthood being honored today on today's calendar. It's an outrage.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
So, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Rule 6, Section 11, I'm given to understand that the only way that the resolution honoring Cecile Richards could have made its way onto the congratulatory and memorial calendar is if a majority of the membership of the Committee on Resolutions calendar so adopts it. Is that accurate?
Mr. Little, that is accurate.
How can we find out which members of the Memorial and Resolutions Committee, let me start over. How can we determine or find out which members of the Committee on Resolutions calendars voted in favor of placing a resolution honoring Cecile Richards on the calendar? Is there a record vote?
Mr. Little, there are committee minutes which you can reference.
And I'm given to understand that
Mr.
this
Little, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry
State your inquiry.
and the minutes for the House Committee on Local and Consent calendars records those votes determining which resolutions go on that calendar. Is that accurate?
Mr. Little, that is accurate.
And Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Once the members of the Committee on Local and Consent calendars elect to place certain resolutions on that calendar, is there anything that a member of this body can do to remove it once it has been placed there?
Mr. Little, there is not.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr.
I got it.
Mr. Luther, for
Mr.
what
Speaker,
purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is there a way that we could get a record vote of how many people have filled out that form against a certain resolution?
Ms. Luther, that will be printed in the journal.
So there's no parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
So has it ever in the past been where you have looked at the votes and gave us a vote count so we can see if it is actually the Republican majority?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Are we going to kill it? Are we going to kill it?
Yes. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Money, for what purpose?
point of information, Mr. Speaker.
State your point of information.
Mr. Speaker, it's my understanding that this bill, since the people were asking about it, the House Committee on Local and Consent Calendars, which is presided over by Chairman Jared Patterson, voted this out, and Representative Berry moved to place these measures on the congratulatory and memorial resolutions calendar, House Resolution 236 honoring Cecile Richards, and that the following members.
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Oh, it was a point of information, Mr. Speaker. Is it not?
Sorry, Mr. Money, the rules do not authorize points of information.
Oh.
Mr. Money, for what purpose?
Then I'm finished, Mr. Speaker. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Mr. Harrison, for what purpose?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
I'll phrase this as a question. Which committee has jurisdiction over the resolutions calendars now? Because my understanding is there's been a recent move to move it under a different committee.
The Local and Consent Calendars Committee.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Harrison, for what purpose?
point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Who is the chairman of the Local and Consent Calendars Committee?
Mr. Harrison, that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
It is Representative Jared Patterson. Parliamentary inquiry, was you
Mr. Harrison,
as
for
the
what
speaker?
purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Do the House rules stipulate that you, as the presiding officer and speaker, appoint the chairman of all House committees?
The chair does not respond to parliamentary inquiries related to general House procedure.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Harrison, state your parliamentary inquiry.
Do you, as Speaker, believe it's appropriate that on Easter weekend we are honoring Cecile Richards, former president of Planned Parenthood?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry. Mr. Harrison, for what purpose?
Is there anything in the House rules that is prohibiting you from answering my last question?
Mr. Harrison, that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
You could answer the question if you wanted to.
Mr. Speaker,
Stop for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Would it be a reasonable request to have a personal privilege speech at this time?
You can bring your request down front.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Harrison, for what purpose?
I move to reduce to writing and place in the journal all the remarks of the previous dialogue.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none so ordered.
Mr. Speaker. Sorry.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, not having been familiar with this rule before, I look at Rule 6, Section 12, and I question whether the chair has the ability to withdraw this resolution honoring Cecile Richards from further consideration. It appears to me that if it develops that any resolution on the congratulatory and memorial calendar does not belong on that calendar, the chair shall withdraw the resolution from further consideration, remove it from the calendar, and refer it to the appropriate calendars committee for placement on the proper calendar.
Mr. Little, the committee had jurisdiction over the resolution.
And
It is a memorial resolution.
parliamentary inquiry?
State your inquiry.
I understand, Mr. Speaker, that the committee did in fact have jurisdiction over it and voted on it, but isn't it correct that if you, the chair, find that this resolution should not be on the calendar, that you have the authority to remove it? For whatever reason you like.
Mr. Little, I have responded to your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dale, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it standard procedure to honor people who have killed millions of unborn babies?
So that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm direct.
What kind of cologne you got on, man?
The chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Lindsay Botsford from Houston as the Doctor of the Day. Members, join me in welcoming our Doctor of the Day. Mr. Meyer for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Ways and Means in a public hearing on Monday, April 21st, 2025 at 1 p.m. in room JHR 140 to consider HB 4847 by Hunter relating to the dissemination of certain school district ad valorem tax-related information and HB 3199 by Craddock relating to the requirement that certain ad valorem tax-related notices be delivered to a property owner by certified mail.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none so ordered. Mr. Van Diever for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Public Health to meet in a public hearing on Monday, April 21st, 2025 at 12 p.m. in room E2030 to consider HB 4014 by Busey relating to a study on the use of psychedelic therapies in the treatment of certain conditions, HB 3318 by King relating to access to individual investigational treatments for patients with life-threatening or severely debilitating illnesses, and HB 5147 by King relating to investigational stem cell treatment.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none so ordered. The following committee announcements, the clerk will read the announcements.
The Committee on Delivery of Government Efficiency will meet today upon final adjournment in Room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business. The Committee on Agriculture and Livestock will meet today upon final adjournment in Room 3W.15 in a formal meeting to consider pending and referred business.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hicklin for a recognition.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would like to welcome a group of students from the University of Mary Hardin Baylor in Belton, Texas, to our gallery. This hardworking group of accounting students is visiting the Capitol along with their professor, Dr. Vicki Johnson, to learn about the state budget and tax process. Welcome to the Texas House, UMHB Crusaders. If you're here, please stand and be recognized. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Flores for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please join me in congratulating Chef Reina Morris and her daughter Paola Guerrero Smith as they celebrate the 20th anniversary of their restaurant, the Buenos Aires Cafe, here in my district. In 2005, Reina founded the Buenos Aires Cafe in Austin to showcase the flavors of her native Argentina. 4 years later, Paola officially joined her mother to help her open their second location. Since then, the restaurant has become one of the more popular in the city, winning a Best of Austin award from the Austin Chronicle for each of the last 3 years. The Buenos Aires Cafe has won over, in the words of one local food writer, a legion of loyal customers. Austin diners have made this restaurant one of the city's favorite destinations. As we celebrate this significant milestone, please join me in recognizing Reina and Paola as we congratulate them for the 20th anniversary of the Buenos Aires Cafe. They're up in the gallery, members. Please welcome them to your Texas House, and congratulations on all of your great work. And we really appreciate what you do for Austin.
The chair recognizes Ms. Campos for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today we honor a truly remarkable organization, one that has changed lives, empowered survivors, and strengthened communities for nearly 5 decades, the Alamo Area Rape Crisis Center. Founded in 1975 as a grassroots effort in San Antonio, the Alamo Area Rape Crisis Center, or RCC, will mark its 50th anniversary in 2025. Over the course of half a century, RCC has grown into a trusted nonprofit resource dedicated to providing comprehensive support to survivors of sexual violence in Bexar County and throughout the surrounding region. What RCC offers is more than just services. They offer sanctuary, solidarity, and a path forward through a continuum of care that includes a free 24-hour rape crisis hotline, confidential counseling, advocacy, case management, and prevention-based education. RCC helps survivors heal from trauma, navigate the immediate aftermath of violence, and regain a sense of safety and agency. The organization not only supports survivors, it actively works to prevent future harm. RCC's education programming and community training initiatives are aimed to ending sexual violence before it begins, creating a safer and more compassionate Texas for everyone. RCC's 50th anniversary is more than a milestone. It's a testament to decades of commitment, resilience, and unwavering advocacy. RCC has served as a beacon of hope to countless victims of sexual violence, and today we extended our sincere appreciation to all of those affiliated with this commendable organization. Let us reaffirm our commitment to supporting their work and to ensuring that every Texan have access to care, protection, justice that they deserve. I'd also like to recognize our very own former Ina Minjares, who now chairs the RRC, and recognize Ms. Lauren Aguillon. She is here to our right. Thank you so much for being here and for everything that y'all do. Members, please join me in recognizing them and congratulating them on 50 years for their service, strength, and solidarity. Thank you, Speaker.
The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Energy Resources will meet today upon final adjournment in room 3W.9 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend all necessary rules, take up and consider House Resolution 835, celebrating UT Arlington Day at the Texas Capitol.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 835 by Turner, recognizing April 17, 2025 as the University of Texas at Arlington Day at the state capitol.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today we are joined by students from one of our state's most dynamic institutions of higher learning, the University of Texas at Arlington. They are here in the North Gallery, and please welcome them to the Texas House. Let me tell you a little bit about UTA. Yeah, please, y'all stand up. So let me tell you a little bit about UTA. Founded in 1895 as Arlington College, this university has grown through many phases, from a private school to military academies to junior colleges, and in 1965 it proudly became part of the University of Texas system. Today, UTA is the second largest institution in the UT system, serving more than 41,000 students and offering more than 180 degree programs from the bachelor's level to doctoral degrees. UTA is not just big in size, it is big in impact. In fact, UTA and its alumni contribute a staggering $28.8 billion to the Texas economy. UTA is home to 9 colleges offering programs in critical and fast-growing fields, including nursing, construction management, special education, social work, and engineering. In addition, UTA promotes educational and workforce development at its Fort Worth Center and Research Institute. Now, just earlier this month, UT Arlington broke ground on UTA West, a major expansion for the university and investment in the future of higher education in North Texas, in our western side of the Metroplex. A research powerhouse, UTA holds the prestigious R1 designation, putting it among the top-tier research institutions in the country. And last year alone, research projects contributed $59 million to our national economy. UTA is also recognized by the Department of Education as a Hispanic serving institution and an Asian American and Native American Pacific Islander serving institution, a testament to its commitment to its diverse student population. Members, for 130 years, UTA has shaped the lives of students and advanced the economic and educational health of our great state. And I want to recognize a couple of people. We are joined by the president of UT Arlington, Dr. Jennifer Cowley. Dr. Cowley, welcome. So glad you're here. Thank you so much for your leadership for our great university. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention, they're all very special Mavericks, but an important Maverick in my office, Nathan Sullivan. He's working as a legislative aide this session in my office and doing a fantastic job. Members, please join me in recognizing April 17th as the University of Texas at Arlington Day at the state capitol. Let's extend a warm welcome to our UTA delegation. May I say something? Sure, as long as it's okay for yeah.
Chair recognizes Ms. Luther.
Hi, welcome to your Texas House. I actually played softball at UT Arlington a long time ago because I'm old now, but I love that school, and so you guys are really lucky that you get to go to that school. It's a great place, great faculty, and great students. So thank you. I welcome you guys here. I appreciate you coming.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner to close.
As Representative Gonzalez just reminded me, who's also a proud UT Arlington alum. Go Mavericks. I move adoption.
The question occurs in the adoption of the resolution. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Ms. Collier moves to add all members' names to the resolution. Is there objection? The chair hears none. All members' names are added. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development will meet today upon final adjournment in Room 1W.14 Agriculture Museum and a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Chair recognizes Chairman King for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House tradition coming up next Tuesday. First Tuesday after Easter is Seersucker Tuesday. If you have a seersucker suit, wear it, and we will all get a picture made. It's a fun day. Seersucker Tuesday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Check one, mic check one.
Members, we're ready to begin consideration of the congratulatory calendar. Please take your seats or take your conversations outside the rail. The following congratulatory resolutions have been previously adopted. H.R. 765, H.R. 774. The chair lays before the House the following congratulatory resolutions. The clerk will read the resolutions.
HCR 128 by Paul Harris Galveston Subsidence District, HR 7 by Morales of Harris Mexican Mother's Day, HR 11 by Morales of Harris Minnie Fisher Cunningham, HR 37 by Lelani MH Texas Emerging Leaders, HR 69 by Kane Crosby High School, HR 83 by Lozano Refugio County Day, HR 89 by Bumgarner City of Louisville, HR 100 by Holt Montgomery County Day, HR 123 by Kane Sam Houston, HR 129 by Lozano Taft Housing Authority Day, HR 137 by Johnson Francis Poppy Northcutt, HR 254 by Lozano Portland City Council, HR 258 by Flores Dick Levine, HR 289 by Hefner Michael Mars, HR 293 by Y. Davis of Dallas Clarence Preston, HR 318 by Slauson Tarleton State University, HR 324 by Fairleigh Candy Gibbs, HR 350 by Cole Nelson Linder, HR 368 by Reynolds Texas NACP Day, HR 370 by Reynolds Houston Black America Democrats Day, HR 372 by Isaac Make Texans Healthy Again Day, HR 379 by Manuel Hardy Faith Savior, HR 406 by Olcott Weatherford ISD, HR 407 by Olcott All Laredo ISD, HR 432 by Toad Townships of the Woodlands, HR 444 by Bojani Bahi Day, HR 471 by Howard Texas Women's Foundation, HR 504 by Tenderholt Texas Rangers Baseball Team, HR 506 by Bumgarner John Ashman Fire Training Complex, HR 507 by Bumgarner Barron Smith, HR 528 by Lauterbach, Mildred and Moore, Marvin Joe Moore, HR 567 by Holt Liberty Elementary School, HR 572 by Smithy Gideon Wainwright, HR 591 by Reynolds Cliff Albright, HR 592 by Reynolds Ronnie Elijah Brailsford, HR 593 by Reynolds Environmental Justice Day, HR 603 by Holt Liberty Elementary School, HR 614 by Lelani Islami Civic Advocacy Day, HR 621 by Simmons Ivy Walls, HR 673 by Romero Cesar Chavez, HR 684 by Hinojosa Russell Martin, HR 687 by Hinojosa Bryce Hilbert, HR 700 by Lujan Heroes Luncheon of the 100 Club, HR 701 by A. Davis of Dallas African American Education Archives and History Program Hall of Fame, HR 711 by Busey Williamson County Emergency Medical Services, HR 712 by Meyer St. Mark School of Texas, HR 754 by Dyson Texas A&M Transportation Institute, HR 757 by Guillen LaSalle County Day, HR 758 by Guillen McMullen County Day, HR 760 by Guillen City of Kennedy Day, HR 764 by Lauterbach Drummond Day, HR 766 by Lujan Felix Lopez, HR 767 by Guerra Tejano Day, HR 768 by Johnson Southside Place Park, HR 769 by Y. Davis of Dallas Curtis King, HR 770 by Y. Davis of Dallas Stephen Wayne Jackson, HR 771 by Y. Davis of Dallas Richard Lee Pace, HR 772 by Guillen Lewis Alka, HR 776 by Johnson Purple Songs Can Fly, HR 777 by Johnson Rice University, HR 778 by Johnson Rice University, HR 779 by Johnson Rice University, HR 780 by Johnson Lee Emcom, HR 783 by Guillen Jim Hogg County Day, HR 784 by Hunter Juan Huerta.
Is there an objection to the adoption of the resolutions? The chair hears none. The resolutions are adopted. That's the congratulatory. Members, these are the congratulatory resolutions. Members, the question occurs on the adoption of the congratulatory resolutions calendar read by the clerk. Mr. Harrison has requested a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Fairley voting aye. Show Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 133 ayes and 7 nays, 2 present not voting, the motion prevails. Members, take your seats. We are ready to begin the consideration of the memorial calendar. The chair lays before the House the following.
Mr. Speaker,
Oh, Mr. Money, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions regarding the memorial calendar?
No one has the floor, Mr. Money.
Did you just lay it before the House?
Not yet.
All right.
The chair lays before the House the following memorial resolutions. The clerk will read the resolutions.
H.R. 6 by Morales of Harris, honoring the construction workers who died in the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, Maryland on March 26, 2024. H.R. 17 by Raymond Corey Corporate. H.R. 18 by Cole Dr. Charles Eugene Erdy. H.R. 49 by Cole Ena Glassberg. H.R. 170 by Hopper Jill Glover. H.R. 236 by Howard Cecile Richards. H.R. 247 by Morales Shaw, U.S. Representative Sheila Jackson Lee. H.R. 275 by Jones of Harris, Judge Zinina Burney. H.R. 355 by Busey, William Everett Brandon Jr. H.R. 356 by Busey, Jennifer Joy Mattingly. H.R. 364 by Collier, retired Judge Clifford Davis. H.R. 672 by Dayala George William Strake Jr. and Annetta Day Walt Strake. H.R. 690 by Louderback Sister Amelia Ehlers. H.R. 755 by Button Janice Watson Cullum. H.R. 756 by Button George Cullum III. H.R. 759 by Guillen Dr. William Peter Culspear Jr. H.R. 762 by Harless Eugene Frank Zabrowski. H.R. 763 by Moody Sharon Cole Shea Sugar. H.R. 781 by Lujan Cameron Celeste Jacobson. H.R. 785 by Howard, former State Comptroller, and Austin Mayor Carol Keaton.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Members, I move to adopt the memorial resolutions read by the clerk.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hopper to speak against the motion.
Members, today you are being asked to approve a resolutions calendar which honors Cecile Richards, the former leader of an organization that advocated, marketed, and executed abortions that resulted in the deaths of millions of Americans over more than a decade. In just 1 year, from 2022 to 2023, the lives of nearly 400,000 Americans were brutally brought to an end. I do not believe that I am wrong, that the vast majority of this chamber is vocally and philosophically opposed to this practice in general and to this woman in particular. And yet, in a highly coincidental turn of events, this chamber has also chosen to honor the life of former state Republican committeewoman Jill Glover, who in stark contrast fought at all times for life and for eternal truth. Many members were touched by her kindness and wisdom, and a number of members are here because of Jill Glover. It is an affront to the dignity of this chamber, to the values that are exemplified by the laws in the state, and to the sensibilities of the vast majority of Texans that we would even suggest that this chamber honor Richards. But it is beyond comprehension that we would ask that by approving a resolution honoring the life of Jill Glover, that by that vote they would also be honoring Richards. Many of y'all, especially freshmen like me, might believe that it is possible to register a no vote for a particular resolution after the fact. But even if every single one of us registered a no vote on a particular resolution, that resolution would still have been passed by this body if we approved the calendar. Members, if you vote today for this calendar, you are voting to honor a woman who is largely responsible for the extermination of millions of young Americans. I believe that if Jill Glover was with us today, she would never ask you to vote for this calendar to honor her memory. Today, I suggest to you that this is Jill's last victory in the name of life over death. I ask that all Republicans vote no on this calendar.
The chair recognizes Mr. Romero to speak in favor of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I promise you, you won't see me up here speaking for or against very often, and I hope that when I do, I can have a little bit of impact on you. And while I respect tremendously what Representative Hopper discussed in terms of Jill Glover, I didn't know Ms. Glover, and I'm sure maybe many of you did. Maybe her life did have an impact on you, and maybe that is why you're here. And I respect that. I had a great conversation with Representative Money yesterday. He sits right behind me. I turn around and talk to him quite often. I think that we've actually made a bond over the last couple of days. I told him that one of the things that I really dislike about being in political life is that so many times as Democrats or Republicans, we start out by saying, you know, Ramon, I think that you and I, we're not going to agree on just about everything. We're going to disagree on a lot of things. And I say, how do you know that? I bet if we got to know each other first, you might actually take that back. And the only way we're going to know that is if we get to know each other. If we keep turning around and keep having conversations. And if we disagree, as I told him, hopefully it's on a golf course. Or we can just go on to the next hole. You know, we don't have to agree. But if somebody meant something to you or to me, the tradition of this house is that we honor those persons, whether we agree with that person's life or not. I thought that I was going to come up here and talk about the congratulatory and the memorial calendar, and I had a congratulatory, and thank y'all for approving that, on Cesar Chavez. I had a resolution that I wanted to present earlier and suspend the rules, but that wasn't allowed because some people don't want to honor Cesar Chavez anymore. My dad was a farm worker, 1961. I moved all around this country as a bracero, answering the call when this country needed him. It was a hard life moving around 45 days at a time. And I would have loved to have been able to honor Cesar Chavez. This isn't about my resolution. Heck, one of the best things on that congratulatory calendar, I'll tell you, is Cristina Morales' congratulatory edition, which is honoring Mexican Mother's Day on May the 10th. On this calendar as well, Sheila Jackson Lee. Oh, Houston. I can't imagine what it'd be like to be a black young lady in Houston and having Sheila Jackson Lee to look up to. Representative Collier has Judge Clifford Davis of Arlington. He assisted Thurgood Marshall in Brown versus the Board of Education. We've talked a lot about that in the past couple of days. 101 years of life. Imagine what an inspirational figure he was to black boys and girls, not only in Texas, but in this whole country. As a matter of fact, I just walked over to talk to Representative Collier, and I just learned today that he swore her in when she became a lawyer. It's about her memory, too. On that congratulatory calendar, which some of y'all were ready to do away with, that is that man right there, Sam Houston. I bet you didn't think about that when you were ready to just do away with both. I'm not going to dishonor his memory. I'm proud as heck to be a Texan. This is about tradition. This is about courage. This is about doing the right thing right now. Don't be scared. The Texan I know, that guy right there, do you think he was scared? There was no fear in him. When I said one of my favorite on the congratulatory calendar, and this is about tradition, Every Mother's Day on May 10th, I call my mom early in the morning, and I say, estas son las mañanitas que cantaba el rey David, y por ser el día de tu santo, te las cantamos a ti. Despierta, mi bien, despierta, mira que ya amaneció, los pajaritos cantan, la luna ya se metió. See? Brings tears to her eyes too, JM. So I preach to you right now that you can have the courage to honor tradition in this Texas house where courage exists.
Please refrain from demonstrations in the gallery. The chair recognizes Mr. Harrison to speak against the motion. The chair recognizes Mr. Schatzline to speak against the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to first off say, if you have memorial resolutions that you truly care about that matter, I would ask you to resubmit them. But the problem is, today, on this calendar, we have that we're honoring Cecile Richards, who is president of Planned Parenthood, who is responsible for the death of 63.6 million babies. And I know that's an uncomfortable truth. And I'm doing my very best to speak with compassion when I say this, because what I understand to be true is that we are a pro-life state that has passed legislation that lines up with our biblical values that says life begins at conception, and that is why we protect the unborn in this state. And yet, we have the audacity as the Texas House to bring before a resolution that honors a woman that perpetuates the murder of children. Who will speak for the 63.6 million babies? We will. Who will stand in the gap? Because I get it. As a member, you're supposed to have a right. You're supposed to have a right to talk about those who have died in your district. Who's talking about the 63 plus million babies who have died? Who's speaking? And you're right, I am. I don't know who said it, but you're right. And I'm going to keep talking about it. Because the reality is that if we don't speak about them, they will be forgotten. And that is how society declines. Society declines because we refuse to say the uncomfortable things, and that is that we have traded the value of life in our culture across our country for the convenience of saying, oh, that's not a child. It is. It is a child. Not only does our Bible say that it's a child, but science tells us that it's a child. And so today we stand in solidarity, and I'm asking if you are someone who believes in life in this chamber, I'm asking, will you vote no? Will you speak up for the 63.6 million babies who lost their life? Will you speak up by voting no on this calendar? Because, members, it's very simple. A yes vote to this calendar today is to silence the voices of those who have no voice. It's to silence the voices of those who were murdered senselessly.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Once I finish, I will.
Not at this time.
Members, if you want to honor Jill Glover today, you will vote no, because there is no better way to honor the life of that incredible woman than to take down this calendar. And I'm expecting it. Republicans, I know you in this chamber. I know many of you have fought for the pro-life cause. This is the easiest vote you will take, is to stand up and be a voice for those who have no voice today. Yes, I'll yield for questions.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I do.
He yields.
With great respect for my friend Representative Romero, I believe that tradition is too high a price to pay for my conscience. And I think you believe that too, don't you, Mr. Schatz?
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Mr. Shaheen, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, sir, I will.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Schatzline, do you know how the memorial resolution works on the floor?
I do, and essentially what will happen is we have the option to register a no vote, but that no vote...
Have you ever done that before?
I have registered a no vote.
Okay, so what does it mean?
It means when you register a no vote, you can put it in the journal, but it cannot actually kill the resolution.
We're not asking to kill the resolution. I'm asking you if there's a line item on the memorial resolution that you don't agree with. And you gave a really nice speech about the pro-life movement.
I appreciate
and by
that.
the way, this body ended abortion in the state of Texas.
Well,
Okay,
I
so
would
the people-
venture
Hold
to
on,
say-
sir.
no,
I have
no, no,
not.
no,
I
I'm
have
gonna
not
respond.
finished. I have
No,
not
I'll
finished
respond
asking
because
my
I'm gonna
question.
speak for every child.
Members
is
will
still
not
being
speak over
aborted
one
by
another.
the abortion
Mr.
pill
Speaker,
today.
I would.
Members will not speak over one another. The chamber needs to hear the discussion.
For a reason, all the more reason of why
I would
what we're
like to ask
doing
my
matters.
question. Can I ask my question?
You may.
Or are you afraid of something?
Am I afraid of something?
So when a member
afraid that
registers,
babies
can I ask
are-
my question? Can I ask my question?
Okay, fair.
Yes or no?
Yeah, I got it.
Do you still yield for my question, sir?
I
Yes
do.
or no?
I do. Please proceed.
Okay. So when somebody registers a no on a line item on that memorial resolution, they are voting against that line item. I would say, sir, since you referenced the Bible talks about not deceiving individuals.
Agreed.
And I believe you are deceiving the public. You are trying to make people think that people understand.
I will. Mr. Sheen,
Sir?
can I respond?
Absolutely.
I believe you are deceiving the public because what you know to be true just as well as I do is that even if you register a no vote on that resolution still passes.
If it's the
Is
put up to the
is that
will of the
correct?
if it's put up to the will of the body,
But
it
is
depends
that
on the vote.
correct?
But if an individual puts a no by that resolution, they are publicly stating they
But
are
does the
against.
resolution
Sir,
still pass?
Sir, may I complete my question to
Please
you?
complete it.
Is it not true? If you put a no by an item on the resolution, that member is saying no to that resolution.
They're not
and
voting no.
doesn't it say in the journal, like when you've registered no's before, doesn't it say in the journal that that member is saying no to that line item? Yes or no?
It is not a vote because the resolution will still
Sir,
pass.
yes or no?
No.
Does it say in the journal when I'm going to put a no on the resolution, and many of the members are going to put a no on the Cecile Richards Memorial, they are saying they are opposing that resolution. Yes or no?
I will answer your question. The resolution will still pass if you do that, Mr. Sheen. I would
Thank you,
ask
but that's
you to
not my
vote no.
question. Will it show in the journal? Like when you've put no in the journal before, what does it say? Does it not show in the journal that that member is saying no to that line item?
The resolution still passes if you do that.
Sir, one more time.
And
Here's
I'll
my
answer the same.
question.
I'll answer the same.
If you put no, does it not say in the journal that that
It is
member is
not a vote.
registering a no? I'm not saying whether it passes or not.
Oh, well, I'm
I'm
glad you
saying, does
acknowledge
it in the journal, when you've done it before and you've put no by memorial resolutions, did it not show in the journal?
I understand you want to register to no without voting no, but it does not actually kill the resolution.
Okay,
at
well,
hand.
remember what the Bible says about lying. It's actually one of the 10 Commandments
And
that's on.
and
the-
I would encourage you to
on
read
the-
that.
On the grounds of the Capitol.
I would encourage you to read that.
Ms. Slauson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
Gentleman
Thank you,
yields.
Representative. You're aware that a couple of sessions ago we had several pro-life bills in this chamber, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that we did in fact ban abortion in Texas, correct?
I believe we banned many forms of abortion, but babies are still dying through the abortion pill.
And was that before you were in the chamber? Or
It was.
You were, okay. I understand the difficulty of this particular resolution calendar today, and I feel it personally, as many of you do. I also see on here, do you also see that there is a resolution honoring Corey Comparatori, who was assassinated in Pennsylvania?
I do,
at
and
Raleigh?
yes, and I humbly ask that he would resubmit that resolution because someone needs to speak for the unborn.
And I don't disagree with resubmitting resolutions on here. You personally knew Ms. Glover, correct?
Yes.
I did not. Do I understand that you believe that it would honor her legacy to vote this calendar down today rather than have her and Ms.
Absolutely.
Richards on the same calendar?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Schofield, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
He yields.
Mr. Schatzline, we voted several dozen times in this chamber yesterday, did we not?
We did.
And when you pushed a button, now, when it turns out when I pushed a button to vote for SB2, I didn't vote because it didn't register. But when you pressed a vote, it actually registered a vote, and if there were more nays than ayes, the measure would not pass. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When we enter a no in the journal, it doesn't have the same effect as an actual no vote, does it?
No, Representative Schofield, that's exactly my point. It doesn't. It will not kill the resolution. Even if every Republican registered a no, the resolution would still pass.
And in fact, we were told that the journal clerk could not take enough no votes to defeat a resolution or the calendar. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
So while we're giving ourselves cover by voting no, and we're telling our people back home we voted no, we didn't actually vote no when we do that, did we?
That's correct.
So people can do what they want to do and what their conscience dictates, but we're not actually voting no if we register a no.
That's
The
correct.
gentleman's time has expired. The chair
Mr.
recognizes
Speaker, I
Ms.
respectfully
Johnson.
ask for an extension. One extension.
There is objection to the extension.
We can start doing that. If you guys want to start objecting to all extensions, we can start playing that game. Will I get an extension, Mr. Speaker?
The chair heard an objection.
Yeah, remember that, team.
A record vote has been requested on the extension of time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Members, vote aye for an extension of time. Vote nay against the extension of time. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schatzline voting aye. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Show Ms. Johnson voting aye. Show Mr. King of Hemphill voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 1 nay, the gentleman's time has been extended. Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions? The gentleman yields for
I'd
questions.
first like to say thank you to my peers for that vote. Allowing us to speak is important, so thank you. So registering a no vote is saying, if I had the opportunity to vote, I would have voted no. Is that correct?
My mic's on. My mic's on. That's correct.
But it's not a real vote of no. Pushing a button is a true recorded no vote. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that is the only vote that will have implications on the passage of the resolution.
And so the only way to remove this egregious resolution or memorial or recognition is to, you know what, I would expect a little bit more respect from my peers. This is a pretty big topic. As a matter of fact, I talked to the author and went to her and we talked very kindly about it. I'm disappointed in some of my peers in the way they're acting, but some of them, it's not surprising. So here's the question. What we're doing is we're forcing a record vote to remove this so that we can honor the 60+ million innocent, unborn, defenseless children that were murdered in the U.S. The organization that did it, she was in charge of. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so you're forcing a record vote instead of a vote where you go on paper and you say, if I could have voted, I would have voted no, but we're not really voting.
That's correct, and I truly believe, Representative Tinderholt, we're going to be held accountable by the fact that what we said or refused to say in the face of this type of abhorrent evil.
So you are telling the truth. We had someone up here come earlier and try to make it out like you're lying. I don't think you're lying. I want a record vote. That's why we're fighting so hard for this. I've been here 10 years. I've recorded no votes more times than I count. But I wanted a formal vote to take this down. And my Democrat peers are in our back chastising and playing silly games. And you know what? It shows who some of them truly are. I want to vote on this, and I appreciate you doing this.
Thank you.
I want to push a button and say no.
I want the same thing.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Money, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Mr. Schatzline, I have a few questions in case some people in the gallery or in the chamber or watching at home don't understand who Cecile Richards was. Are you aware that Ms. Richards was the president of Planned Parenthood from 2006 to 2018?
Yes, I am aware.
And Mr. Schatzline, what is Planned Parenthood?
Planned Parenthood is an organization that, in many ways, perpetuated the murdering of children.
Okay, it was and probably still is America's largest abortion provider. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are you aware that during Cecile Richards' tenure as president of Planned Parenthood performed approximately 3,890,000 abortions nationwide based on their own annual reports and the Guttmacher Institute estimates?
I knew it was a large number. I was not aware of the exact number.
Are you aware that during Cecile Richards' tenure as president of Planned Parenthood, between 837,000 and 890,000 abortions were performed in Texas, according to Texas DSHS and Guttmacher Institute data?
I did not know it was that many, but yes, that's heartbreaking and really why we must vote this down.
Are you aware that Ms. Richards came under fire in 2011 for claiming, I believe on the Joy Behar show, that removing taxpayer funding for Planned Parenthood would deny mammogram access to women, despite the fact that Planned Parenthood does not provide any mammograms?
I was not aware of that.
And do you remember that in 2015, Planned Parenthood also came under fire for undercover videos that revealed it was illegally selling baby parts under Cecile Richards' leadership?
I was aware of that, and I'm glad you brought it up because I didn't mention it in my speech, but absolutely I was aware of that, and it is evil, it is disgusting, it is vile, and that's why we must vote no.
And it is criminal.
It is criminal.
Do you remember in 2016 when Texas officials, citing those undercover videos, accused Planned Parenthood's Texas affiliates of Medicaid fraud, alleging improper billing for abortion-related services? And are you aware that Richards, as the president of at that time, was implicated in these oversight failures, possibly leading to the end of her 12-year tenure?
Yes.
And do you remember in 2017, after she had stepped down, when undercover video that revealed that during her tenure as president, Planned Parenthood was pressuring women here in Texas to have abortions and denying them prenatal care?
Yes.
Now, I don't assume that just because she did all of these horrific things and was one of the nation's most vocal advocates for baby murder, that there aren't other things in her life that she may have done that would be worthy of honor and recognition in this chamber. But are you aware of any of those things?
The only thing I'm aware of is the things that we've talked about thus far.
And you were here earlier in the chamber when we were asking questions of the speaker, and he told us he has no power to take down this resolution, correct?
Yes, the onus is solely on us to vote this down.
And we also talked, I believe.
Well, can I correct that? The onus is solely on us, or if the speaker or the chair would like to go ahead and remove it. So it can go either way, but we're going to vote this down, I hope.
I believe what he said is that the speaker has no authority, but that the chairman of calendars could have done so. Is that correct?
That's information I'm hearing
No,
right now.
I'm sorry, not the chairman of calendars. That's my mistake. The chairman of resolutions and local and consent.
Understood.
And that chairman is Jared Patterson, who is sitting on the dais behind you right now. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so he could have not brought this to committee, could have not voted it out of committee, and we wouldn't be dealing with this today. Is that correct?
I would hope that he wouldn't, and I hope that it gets pulled before we even have to vote.
I hope that he does as well. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Representative Schatzline, I don't think that any member of this body, Democrat or Republican, should be asked to drink a little bit of poison to their soul. If there is something in the calendar that is objectionable on any basis, no member of this House of Representatives should be required to vote the entire calendar up or down, Republican or Democrat. And I feel that this vote does damage to my soul if I have to vote this up or down, even regardless of registering a vote in the journal. And do you feel the same way?
Representative Little, I couldn't agree with you more. I actually think it does more damage than we're talking about. I think it damages not just the soul, but it damages the reputation of Texas. It damages the value of life. It damages the way that we view the unborn. It damages what we as the state of Texas allow to be codified into our law books or resolutions, that when we pass a resolution, what we're saying is we agree or we celebrate this person, this life, this initiative, fill in the blank. We do not, as the state of Texas, want to celebrate what was done by Cecile Richards.
Thank you, Representative Shetzler.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Representative Schatzline, you believe that abortion is murder, correct?
Correct.
You've said that, I think, repeatedly. You believe it is the killing of an unborn child, correct?
That's correct.
Do you and you have been very critical of Planned Parenthood. I haven't heard you talk about women who have abortions. Are they murderers?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Are women who have abortions murderers?
I think some of them unwillingly have committed murder.
Unwillingly?
Excuse me.
What if,
I'm sorry. I think many of them, yes, have committed murder.
So
and
you believe,
some of them, hold on, let me finish.
Yeah.
And some of them unknowingly have been tricked and deceived into believing that that life wasn't a life.
Okay.
Which is heartbreaking.
So
to me.
for women who have volitionally had murder,
But just
for
the
sorry,
record,
let me finish my question.
Well, let's keep the conversation about the matters at hand.
These are the matters at hand because
Yep.
you've raised them.
Great.
And so, if you believe that abortion is murder, then you believe that the women who have the requisite mens rea, who have gone intentionally to have murder, have not been deceived, you believe they are murderers, correct?
Right now, I'm opposing an amendment that would honor a woman who oversaw the murder.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harrison to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to do my best to remain calm, but it's hard for me to put into words how outraged I am about this amendment. And I think I speak on behalf of the millions of Texans who elected their governments to do what their government has done. This body, the Senate, the governor, lieutenant governor, Texas is a pro-life state. And my colleagues who have spoken before me have done a fantastic job articulating the laws we have passed that evidence the fact that Texas values life and is a pro-life state. But by putting this resolution to honor Planned Parenthood on today's calendar, this might represent one of the biggest betrayals of the voters of Texas that has ever occurred in this chamber. And I mean that. I mean it sincerely. The voters sent us to Texas to fight for the things that matter to them and to represent their values. Protecting innocent life might be one of the values that the voters of the state of Texas prioritize above all. But by putting this resolution to honor a Planned Parenthood president, not just the fact that we're doing it, but when we are doing it, says something about our priorities of this chamber that do not reflect the priorities of our voters. This resolution today is being taken up before we have done the things that do matter to our voters. We have not yet taken up a single bill to even discuss the elimination of property taxes. We're putting Planned Parenthood ahead of that. By putting this resolution today, we are putting Planned Parenthood
Ms. Flores, for what
of
purpose?
ending the
Mr.
taxpayer.
Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Not at this time.
No, the gentleman does not yield for questions at this time.
By putting this resolution on our calendar today, we are honoring Planned Parenthood ahead of ending taxpayer-funded DEI. We are putting Planned Parenthood ahead of ending taxpayer-funded transgender ideology at our state agencies and our public universities. And I want to clarify something that was made because there were some grotesque misrepresentations that happened on that microphone. They need to be cleared up. There is only one way to vote for or against this resolution, and that's to push the little button on your desk. And so when this comes up, you only have one option. And let me be very clear. If you push the little green button that has the word yes under it, if you push the button yes, and your name on that board lights up green, you are honoring Planned Parenthood and you are honoring the president of Planned Parenthood, and you are doing that irrespective of any notation that you make in the journal. Notations in the journal have nothing to do with your votes. They cannot change a vote, not at this time. There are going to be some
Ms.
good
Flores,
not,
for
not
what
at this
purpose?
time. I'm going to wrap up.
Will the
guys.
gentleman yield for questions?
Not at this time.
The gentleman
respectfully.
yield at this time.
There are some good things on today's calendar that will die if enough of us vote no, as we should all do. There are some things that I wanted to vote yes for, and I'm sure there are things you want to vote yes for. But I want to be very clear about when those things die today, as they should. The people responsible for them not passing are not those of us who want to protect the honor of the unborn and stop a resolution from honoring Planned Parenthood. The people responsible for good things on today's calendar not passing are the leadership of this body. And that is where you should have fixed your blame. And I'm going to just close by saying, this is a disgrace to this body. This is a disgrace to this chamber. And Speaker Burrows, shame on you for letting this happen. And
Ms.
Chairman
Flores, for
Patterson,
what purpose?
shame on
Does the gentleman
you.
yield for a question?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I will yield.
Thank you.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Are you aware that women like me, as a college student, who, after I graduated from college and worked at this Capitol and was earning very little money, needed health services and appointments to make sure that I got my Well Women exams, and then Planned Parenthood offered sliding scale medical services, not abortion services, just checks for women and any other medical issues that they might have and couldn't afford necessarily to go to the doctor. Are you aware of that?
Your personal story and testimony is both fascinating and compelling.
I asked a question.
Well,
Are you?
I'm going to answer it as
Okay.
respectfully as I possibly can. I'm trying to be respectful given the subject matter that you just placed before the body. But with all the respect in the world, that has absolutely nothing to do with the motion that is before the body. The motion that is before the body is to whether we take up and pass a resolution to honor a president of Planned Parenthood. That is the only thing that I am talking about today.
Are you aware that we are honoring a person, not a title or an organization?
If you're asking...
That Cecile Richards actually was a labor organizer and helped people organize so that they could get fair wages in their work, and that she did other good things as well in her life. And we are not honoring her title or the organization. We are honoring Cecile Richards, who was a personal friend to many of us, and a person who lived a good life, was a mother, a friend, and also a labor organizer that we respect.
If you are asking if I am aware that the president of Planned Parenthood, Cecile Richards, was a living, breathing human being, I am of course aware of that. But I am also aware of the untold babies who were also human beings that died at her hand, and as a direct result of the actions and the work that her lifetime represents. And over my dead body will this body take the time and effort and energy and resources to honor her, ahead of doing something that our constituents do not want us to do at all, but certainly not ahead of doing the things that they sent us here to do.
Are you
And if you read the caption in the calendar itself, the calendar that was set that we're voting on, it says that this is a resolution to honor, and the calendar describes it, and I quote, a former president of Planned Parenthood.
Well, I'll ask one last question. As I said, as a young woman, I went to get Well Woman exams at Planned Parenthood at affordable prices, and I know that there are countless of other women who are not able to afford medical services and use Planned Parenthood clinics to make sure that they could detect cancer and other things, life-threatening things that Planned Parenthood helped them find and help them with their medical issues. And so I just want to say that for all of what you have said, there are lots and lots and millions of women probably whose lives have been impacted by the medical services that they provided. So I just wanted to know if you were aware of that, but I know that there were other women like me who have utilized the services of Planned Parenthood had nothing to do with abortion, and that they probably, their lives were positively impacted
And
by
I believe
that.
I can speak for everybody standing up here that we want every woman to have the health care that they need. That's got nothing to do with the motion before the body. We should not be honoring Planned Parenthood. And just in closing, guys, I want to be really clear, especially to my colleagues on my side of the aisle who were engaged in deception back there. If you push the yes button and your name lights up green, if you vote yes on this resolution, I want to say in the most unequivocal of all terms, you are voting to honor
Mr. Canales,
Planned
for what
Parenthood.
purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for one question?
Does the gentleman yield for a question?
Absolutely.
Are you aware that by having spent the amount of time that you've spent up there, you've actually honored Cecile? Thank you.
Members,
One of the most nonsensical comments I've ever heard made on the floor of this body.
the chair recognizes Representative Johnson to speak in favor of the motion.
Zanetta Burney was from 3rd Ward. She got her GED. She went to TSU and became a lawyer. She made sure that folks got legal aid in Acres Homes. She was one of the first female African American judges. And when I was a baby prosecutor, in Court 2, she was a retired visiting judge. Don't. When you're in the courthouse in criminal cases, things are tough and they are raw. You see some of the worst facts ever. And sometimes when I see some of the most challenging cases or defendants,
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
I am reminded that my oath as a lawyer is to uphold the Constitution, to not go into the sewer to chase a really bad defendant, because it is more important to uphold the promise of the Constitution and our people in some of those toughest times. She taught me that. Joe, I didn't know I'd see her face today. I think about the oath that we took when we got here in January. I think about the doors that we knock on in the campaign. I think about the political rhetoric. I think about the Twitter wars. But I think about the oath that we took to serve all Texans. One of the few things that we get to do that doesn't have anything to do with politics is a memorial resolution. And Richard Raymond and Pat Curry are honoring Corey D. Comparator of Sarver, Pennsylvania, as stated earlier today, a firefighter who died in the assassination attempt on Trump. Sheriff Louderback is honoring Sister Emily Eilers of Victoria, a nun who started at Holy Cross School and over decades to St. Joseph High School. That makes me think about the nuns I knew at Mount Carmel High School, where I went to high school. Andy, you're honoring Jill Glover. I didn't know Jill Glover, but I know many of you do. and she's important to you. And that's what this list is. This list represents the diversity of Texans that we all represent. And the fact for a lot of us, they're friends. It's a memorial calendar. It's a memorial calendar for the Texas House of Representatives. This should be and must be the least political thing we do today. I know that some of our colleagues have done everything they can to drag us down that ditch, to make this about an issue, and it's not. It's about one of the most beautiful and simple things that we get to do when we took the oath of office, which is to represent every Texan in our district. Because we are not supposed to pick and choose between Texans at this point. This morning, Scott asked us as we enter into Easter weekend, would you die for me? For this 150, would you die for me? This vote is about this body. This vote is truly about this institution. It's not about politics. I respect each and every person's politics. This is about the beauty of coming together and recognizing and acknowledging death and every Texan. Don't pick and choose. Pick to take this vote together to honor the entire calendar.
The House will stand at ease until 12:15 p.m. The House will come to order. The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I withdraw my motion on the memorial calendar.
The motion is withdrawn.
Members, the next order of business is consideration of the local and consent calendar. The chair has received more than 5 signatures objecting to the consideration of each bill and resolution on the calendar. Pursuant to Rule 6, Section 14, all bills and resolutions on the calendar are withdrawn from the calendar and returned to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars, and the names of the members who filed objections will be entered in the journal. The House needs to adjourn briefly to begin a new legislative day. Mr. Guerin moves that the House adjourn until 1 p.m. today. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and the House stands adjourned until 1 p.m. today. The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? Have all members registered? Have all members registered? A quorum is present. Dr. Bonin for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for all committees and subcommittees to meet while the House is in session pursuant to their committee postings or recess motions. For purposes of this motion, committees and subcommittees scheduled to meet or reconvene today upon final adjournment or recess or during bill referral, if permission is granted, are authorized to convene upon adoption by the House of today's adjournment motion.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move to transcribe the dialogue between Mr. Schatzline and Mr. Anchia and reduce it to writing and place in a journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D to designate as joint sponsors and co-sponsors of SB 2 all joint authors and co-authors for HB 3.
Chair lays out on third reading. You've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading SB 2. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2 by Creighton, relating to an establishment of an educational savings account program.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we heard yesterday to establish education savings accounts for the children of Texas, and with that, I move final passage.
Chair recognizes Mr. Anchia in opposition to SB 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I know that many of you want to get to your families, and I beg your indulgence to just reflect on a few thoughts that I have with respect to this bill. I showed up today with pretty deep sorrow and a heavy heart after the debate of last night. And I tried this morning as I got up to process it and reflect on those emotions. And I wanted to just make a few observations that I'm feeling very deeply. And I know as I meet with many of you who are not in favor of the bill are also shared. So I want to give voice to some of those feelings. As many of you know, my parents came to this country as immigrants in the mid-50s. My father, my late father, had a 7th grade education. He didn't have the benefit of an extensive education because he needed to work. My mother, who emigrated from Mexico, not only graduated from a public high school in America, but then became a 1st grade public school teacher and helped decades of immigrant kids learn English and thrive in America. I attended public schools from kindergarten to high school and began my elected public service as a trustee in the Dallas Independent School District. I'm incredibly proud that my daughters are both Dallas ISD graduates. So for my family, I see public schools as really the essential cornerstone of that infrastructure of opportunity that took our family from sheep herders and goat herders in just one generation and turned us into elected public servants, business owners, and lawyers, both my sister and I. And I'm incredibly patriotic and grateful to America for having set up that infrastructure of opportunity that allowed my mom, as an immigrant from Mexico, to graduate from high school here, that allowed me and invested in me as the son of immigrants to be able to graduate from high school. And I owe the responsibility that I feel in public service really to my mother's work as a public school teacher. And I want to elevate our public school teachers as part of this discussion because they're the real public servants. They do the hard work on a regular basis. All of you who have taught school in this body, I tip my hat to you. I honor you. I elevate you. The second thing I'm sorrowful about is that after being elected in 2005, when we narrowly defeated that session's version of a voucher scheme, we had held together a strong bipartisan consensus in this body that elevated public schools and that rejected the very real threat posed by the direct government subsidy of unaccountable private education. That died last night, and I'm sad about that, because that bipartisan consensus had held a long time and served to buttress our public schools against bills like this. I'm also sad about the institution, candidly, because this bill came to us and will pass because of a very serious problem we have in terms of basic separation of powers in this state. This bill is a result of an executive who has flexed financial and political muscle and a House that has been unable to hold the executive accountable in checks and balances. And I fear that that imbalance of the legislative and the executive will only get worse. So members, I know some of these words may rub a few of you the wrong way, but we sat here and many of us were ground into a pulp last night as we tried to stand in the breach and fight for our public schools. I appreciate you, those of you who are listening today and who are offering me these few minutes to address you, because I think something really important has been lost in this state. And for those of you who feel it with me, I wanted to give voice to this very sad moment for many of us. So, Mr. Speaker and members, thank you for the use of the hall and for your time this morning. I hope that God blesses all of you and that you enjoy a Good Friday and a happy Easter.
Chair recognizes Ms. Simmons in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm the proud product of public schools. Ruby L. Thompson Elementary, James D. Ryan Middle School, the Jack Yates Senior High School. I'm the granddaughter of 3 public school teachers. I'm the mom of 2 public school students. My baby girl, who I talk about a lot, my 10-year-old, who has sickle cell disease, which is a life-threatening illness, and a learning disability, doesn't and will never have the option to go anywhere else but the public school in her neighborhood. I have students in my district that a $10,000 voucher won't do anything for. And when their schools close in Sunnyside, in South Park, and on the southwest side of Houston, they'll have nowhere else to go. Article 7 Section 1 of the Texas Constitution charges us with the support and maintenance of public education. It says, and I quote, "A general diffusion of knowledge being essential to the preservation of the liberties and rights of the people, it shall be the duty of the legislature of the state to establish and make suitable provision for the support and maintenance of an efficient system of public free schools." Supporting an efficient system of public free schools means improving education by focusing on real problems, not ones that were created by this body. We need to bring down class sizes, offer better early childhood education, and give teachers the freedom to teach, ensuring every school is well-resourced and staffed with high-quality teachers. I know that many of you feel you've been sent here by voters to pass vouchers, but many of you are here because of a shady movement to oust those who stood with our public schools. We are setting our children up for nearly a $7 billion price tag that they will never be able to recover from. We've seen this in Arizona, where voucher scams like this one have caused shortfalls so significant that they are considering cutting public health programs to make up the difference. Let's be clear. This ain't a joyous day. Our public schools deserve better. Our children deserve better. And instead of truly giving our schools a chance to thrive, we are placing them on unequal footing with private schools that have the resources, but none of the accountability. A vote for vouchers means that you're perfectly okay with sending our students to classrooms and campuses with no mandated safety measures, no requirements for teachers and administrators to be certified, no way for students to get to class, no guarantee of a hot meal, and absolutely no guarantee that they will be ready for college or to enter the workforce. How shameful to have voted just this week to strengthen our CTE requirements for our high school students, but then create a system that will drive their classmates from their campuses into the vile grasp of greedy for-profit corporations. I thought this chamber was about accountability, but it is proven that this chamber is about vendors and billionaires who simply want to line their pockets. When the fraud runs rampant, when the public coffers are ran dry, I hope that you can sleep at night. I hope that when we have to come back to fix the budget shortfall and face the very real fears of cutting public services, I hope that you all can pat yourselves on the back. This vote, members, will not be our ticket to hearing, "Well done, my good and faithful servant," but it will be our ticket to be the great destroyers of public education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that future generations will forgive us for this vote.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm not going to sit here and try to persuade you to vote against the Senate bill. We tried that all day yesterday. But we spent 3 hours this morning arguing over the life of a woman who was the daughter of a governor. And it just really made me reflect, like Chairman Anchia said, about the institution. And for those of us who've been here a while, it is our responsibility to enforce those norms and the culture that we have in this body about disagreeing without being disagreeable. I'm not going to vote for this proposal, but I think very highly of Chairman Buckley. He's a gentleman, he's honorable, he's a person who'll shake your hand, a person who'll work with you if he can, and he'll be honest when he can't. But the worst thing we do around here, the worst law that we pass, and we've passed some pretty bad ones in my view, the worst one we pass is the law of unintended consequences. And that's the law we hear about over and over again as you come and file your bills and take this mic to fix something today for a mistake you made unintentionally 2 years ago. So I'm not going to give you that grace. I'm going to tell you the three things that you cannot tell people are unintended consequences that have nothing to do with education proposal on the ESAs. Chairman Buckley's a good man, but he's not an appropriator. You've heard from appropriators tell you, for you fiscal conservatives, that if you don't put a cap of $1 billion on this program, it is going to spiral. You ignored it. You had members tell you that in 5 years we'll be spending more money in private schools than we will in public schools, and you ignored it. And then a member with a very humble amendment said to you, when we go home, we're not in control. So this amendment says that we will not appropriate any more money unless the legislature does it, and we have no problem doing that. We spent a lot of money last week. And she's right. When we go home, we don't have the power. And all she said is, let's preserve our legislative power. And that was ignored. So if you were a fiscal conservative and you want to go home to your town halls and said you held the line on spending, you vote for this, you didn't. If you are a tax person, I've heard lots of rants, lots of complaints, lots of pity parties online about not cutting property taxes, not emptying the bank account to cut people's property taxes. If you believe in cutting property taxes, I wouldn't vote for this either. Because what we're doing here is we're telling all of our constituents, you're going to pay property taxes, they're coming to us, and we're going to send them back with an ESA of $10,500 to folks to go wherever they want. And guess what? A lot of these schools that you're wanting to send them to, they don't pay any property taxes. Go look it up. Go look up a non-Christian or non-religious private school in Houston that's in River Oaks. Their campus is assessed at about $33 million. They don't pay property tax. But you want your constituents to pay the bill to send kids to that school, and they will continue to pay for that education, and they sacrifice, but the school receiving the student doesn't have to. So if you're here about cutting property taxes and being the big dog about wanting to cut property taxes, vote for this, and you're not. But do not go home and say, well, I didn't know that. Nobody told me that. That's an unintended consequence. We'll fix it next session. Fix it right now. It just takes 100 votes. And then for those of you that complain about social issues, like you did for the last 3 hours, I wouldn't vote for this either. I'm going to do my reading over the Easter weekend. I already have my backpack packed with things to read. Why don't you print out some of the links to these private schools? And let's see what they believe in. Let's see what they teach their students about things that I think is great, right? Because in my religion, we learn about the consistent ethic of life. We learn about loving our neighbor. We learn about not judging people. We learn about being our brother's keeper. The least among these. Go read some of those mission statements of those schools that you're about to give a $10,500 check to. And do not go home when you get called out. And maybe that's what we need to do. We need to let people know what you're funding with tax dollars. Don't go home and say, well, I didn't know that. That's an unintended consequence. We're going to fix that. So when you take that vote, be proud because you believe in choice. But that might not be the only choice you're going to believe in when you vote for that. And so I'll be voting no, and I want to respect and honor those who worked really hard on this issue, on both sides of the issue. But I do not want to give anybody the grace to go home and turn a blind eye and give you the cover to say you didn't know what you were doing. Because when it comes to spending money, when it comes to making our constituents pay property taxes, when it comes to supporting ideals that you may not agree with, you're going to do it. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bernal in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, hadn't planned on saying anything, but for those of you who have been here for a while, you know that it's probably taboo or maybe even blasphemous for a vice chair to speak against a bill of the chair.
But I think that today of all days, we all need a lesson in learning how to respect each other, know when to work together, and learn how to disagree. Some people in this body would have us burn the whole place down over a disagreement. And the inverse of that is I respect Chairman Buckley enough to disagree with him publicly, and then, as you'll see, in the very next bill, stand right with him. Because that was an opportunity for us to have worked together and to lean into good policy and do everything that we can to help each and every one of you and the students in your districts. But I do have issues with this bill, and I want to go through them in the most respectful way that I can. One of the things that I worry about the most is how our ideology has changed. We're not being consistent, and I'll explain to you why. A lot of you know that for several sessions, I've tried to pass a bill that I call the Baby Helmets Bill. And it's a bill that would require Medicaid to cover the cranial orthotic helmet, the baby helmet that young babies need to properly shape their skull. We know this bill. I haven't passed it, and the reason I haven't passed it, the reason I'm given, is that the fiscal note on it is $1 million a year, or $2 billion for a biennium. And the fear has been that it will get overprescribed, that somehow there will be a black market for baby helmets, and there will be children, babies, who don't need it, but will get it. And the fear, the phantom of the baby who doesn't need it, but will get it, is the reason why we can't do it. The same group that was here earlier today opposing a memorial resolution also opposed an amendment to expand Medicaid. And the argument that was given then was that the fear that people who don't need it will get it. Some people who need it might get it, but we're still going to say no because some people who don't need it will get it. And yet, in this bill, we have reserved 20% for people that we acknowledge don't need it, but will get it. And that is my concern, is that in this instance, we are fine with several thousand people who don't need this help receiving it, but the fear of babies and sick people getting help, but maybe some people who don't need that help also receiving it, that is enough for us to say no. And I just find that to be wildly inconsistent. And it bothers me to my core because we're willing to withhold help to people that we know need it because there might be some folks who don't deserve it, but here we're literally carving out an entire section for folks that we know don't need it, but we're fine with them getting that money. And I would ask at a minimum that we align our ideology and be consistent. And I mean that as respectfully as I can, with the hope that we can continue to work together moving forward. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris in opposition.
Mr. Speaker, members, I rise to speak in opposition to SB 2 for all the reasons we said last evening. But what I would like to do is speak to the people that elected me and people who grew up and lived like I grew up. I'm the oldest of 5. I was born to a mom and dad who were married. My mom's life's dream was to be a wife and make a bunch of babies with my father. He was extremely smart. He graduated from high school when he was 16, enlisted in the Marines, went away to Vietnam, and didn't come back the same. He made a decision based on his experiences in Vietnam, and he decided life was really hard, and he killed himself. And I was with him when he killed himself. And it totally changed the trajectory of my family. My father was the third of 12 kids, and he was a leader in the family. And people looked up to him in the family. And when he blew his brains out, changed our family. But the one thing he did before he killed himself was he told my mother, they met when she was, I think, in the 9th grade, and he was already out of high school because he was smart. He told her he wanted a smart wife. He wanted a girlfriend and a wife who made A's. So when my father went away to Vietnam, he would have my mother send her report cards to him. I presume my mother went to college because her mother went to college and her father went to college. But she went to college because she wanted to be my father's wife. And so she sent her report cards, and she made good grades. Because my father told my mother he wanted a smart wife. He didn't want a dumb wife. And that, incredibly, is what motivated my mother to focus on education. My grandmother, her mother, was an English teacher. I thought that's why my mother wanted to be in college. So anyway, my mother imposed on me, brainwashed me, that I had to make good grades, like her husband wanted her to get. And she did everything that she could so that I had access to a great education. I went to my neighborhood school. We would get up and walk far. I can remember my mom dragging me. You know, grown-ups, when they're pulling kids, the kids' little feet are going, and my mother would walk me to school. And I went to Lockhart Elementary School in 3rd Ward. And I remember my 1st grade teacher, Miss Barnes, and she took time with me. She invested in me. I knew all the kids in my neighborhood. I could go outside and play with my friends, and I got good grades. And before I went to public school, my mother went to a public university, the Texas Southern University. And because she was a single parent with me, she couldn't afford daycare. So TSU was my daycare. My mother had to do work study at Texas Southern, and she worked in the library, and there were so many books. She would give me extra homework. I had to write book reports when I was 5 years old because my mother wanted me to be smart. And I made my first B in 5th grade. I got punished the whole summer. I couldn't go outside and play. But my mother made sure, and my mother ended up having other children. And my mother told us, I cannot afford to pay for you to go to college, but your brains can. And when I got older, I would catch a whooping if I got 97 A's instead of 100 A's, because my mother told me you're a 100A student, you are not a 97A student. And so I did that. And then when my mom found out that Alief supposedly had the best school district in Texas, my mother transferred. My mother worked at the post office. She transferred to the post office in Alief so that we could have access to a good public school. And we had a lot of struggles. I won't talk about it. We got evicted. I learned when we moved to Alief, because it was a predominantly white area, that I was poor. I actually didn't know I was poor when I lived in the hood, because everybody was borrowing sugar and grease and bacon and being thankful if we had meat for dinner. And I went to middle school, and at some point HISD realized I was bright and said I was a Vanguard kid, which is, I don't know, the smartest kids in HISD. And they started busing me. Actually, prior to moving to Alief, they started busing me. I went to Lanier Middle School. I was a purple pup. And it was the first time I went to school with people who didn't look like me. And even though I got a really good education, arguably a great education, I was disconnected from my neighborhood because I no longer could go outside and play with my friends. I had to get up really early in the morning to get on the bus, to get to school. Sometimes I would spend the night at my best friend Philana Batiste's house because my mother didn't have the gas money to come pick me up from school after my sports. But my mother was insistent that I have access to a great public school education. Anyway, we then moved, and my teachers were so invested in me. I remember we didn't have food at the house. My coach would invite me to come to his house, Coach Leonard Fawcett, so that I would have dinner, because I did free and reduced lunch. And I tried suicide, which is why mental health is so important to me, because everybody used to say, you crazy like your daddy, go be with your daddy. You weren't even good enough to be loved. And my grandmother and my coaches and my teachers knew I needed help, and they were just there for me. And everybody encouraged by my academics. They praised me when I made good grades. Come to find out I was a really good athlete. I actually started doing sports because I hated it was just so hard growing up in a single family household where all the men in your family either went to prison or committed suicide. In fact, when my son was born, I wanted my son to be the first man in the Jones family not to go to prison. I mean, my dad didn't go to prison, but he killed himself. And I just kept getting good grades. And it was really difficult because it's hard when we moved to Alief and my friends had cars and swimming pools. I just thought swimming pools were at apartments because we either lived in apartments and we didn't live, and we lived in rent houses. My mother never owned a house. We got evicted all the time. But I never missed school because I didn't want to live as a grown-up like I lived as a kid. And I got my grades, and I got teased for making good grades. And all I remember thinking is, y'all might call me a nerd now, but y'all gonna call me boss later. Watch what I say. And I'm just so thankful. And it's interesting. I got full academic rights to all the Ivy Leagues and Stanford. I didn't go to those schools. I stayed home. I went to the University of Houston, a public school. A public school. And I'm telling you, if my mother had not emphasized the importance of a public education, I wouldn't be a lawyer. My sister who was up here wouldn't have been doctor of the day and an MBA from Baylor. My baby sister wouldn't be an accountant. public school did that for us. And it just makes me really sad that the kids that are following me, they're not gonna have those kind of opportunities because the bus got me to public school. And at least we had facilities. So I'm voting proudly against SB 2 because unless you've walked in the shoes of people like me, you don't understand how invaluable public school is for us. And I believe we're dooming so many kids to an underclass, a permanent underclass, and we are definitely going to negatively affect their families. So I'm not here to bash anybody, do what you feel is right, but I think sometimes you need to listen or maybe see how other people live because you presume everybody has the opportunities that you have, and some of us just don't. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Canales in opposition.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'd heard all the speeches. In fact, I got tired of all of you. And I wasn't going to speak, but I felt compelled on the precipice of Easter by the Holy Spirit to come up here and remind some of you. I'm not here to talk to the people who really believe that vouchers are great, and I'm not here to talk to the people who believe that they're bad. I'm here to talk about the people who believe they're bad, but are going to vote for them anyway. You don't own your seat. It belongs to the people. And the greatest sin that you can commit is to covet that seat, to vote against your conscience for political expediency. So when you go home, those of you who know this is bad but are voting so you can get reelected, I'm here to remind you, you are coveting something that doesn't belong to you.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to close on his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This is SB 2, Education Savings Account for all children in Texas, and I move final passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 2. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Dr. Buckley voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes and 61 nays, SB 2 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 260. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 260 by Huffman relating to school safety allotment under the Foundation School Program.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 260 raises our school safety funding. It increases the school safety allotment both in terms of per student and per campus, going from $10 for each student in ADA to $14, and the per campus allotment goes from $15,000 to $37,000. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 260. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes and 0 nays, SB 260 is finally passed. Dr. Buckley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D, to designate as joint sponsors and co-sponsors of SB 569 all joint authors and co-authors of HB 2196.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair leaves out on third reading SB 569. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 569 by Betancourt relating to the provision of a virtual education in public schools to certain waivers and modifications by the Commissioner of Education to the method of calculating average daily attendance in the emergency or crisis for purposes of preserving school district funding entitlements under the Foundation School Program during the emergency or crisis, authorizing a fee.
Chair recognizes Mr. Belloff Kaufman to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, Senate Bill 569 establishes a new unified structure for virtual and hybrid education in Texas public schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 569. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Belloff Kaufman voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 109 ayes and 32 nays, SB 569 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2 by Buckley relating to public education and public school finance.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, of course, this is House Bill 2, historic funding for our public schools in the state of Texas. I want to thank my Vice Chairman Bernal for all his help on this and all the members of the committee. And with that, I move final passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show the speaker voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 142 ayes and 5 nays, HB 2 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2000. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2000 by Ashby relating to the applicability of the sex offender registration requirements to the offense of child grooming.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2000, Audrey's Law, would just say that, require that any individual that is convicted of child grooming has to register with the Texas Sex Offender Registry list. Thank you.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2000. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 147 ayes and 0 nays, HB 2000 is finally passed. Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the closing debate, all of it, from SB 2 on second reading, that would have been this morning, be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Harrison, for what purpose?
I'd just like to make a motion to reduce to writing and add in the journal all the remarks regarding today's memorial resolutions calendar.
Say that again.
I'd like to reduce to writing and place in the journal all of the remarks regarding today's resolution and memorials calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Martinez-Fish, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, may I add all closing speeches on Senate Bill 2? To be
From
reduced to
today?
writing and placed in the journal. Yes, sir.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading HB 213. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 213 by Gonzales of El Paso relating to the inclusion of chronically absent students as students at risk of dropping out of school and the collection and reporting of data regarding those students.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's a bill that does two things. One, it defines chronic absenteeism in code, and it adds them to the students to the at-risk list. I move passage.
This question occurs on final passage of HB 213. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. McLaughlin voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 101 ayes and 44 nays, HB 213 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 222. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 222 by Tallarico relating to the permissible uses of the school safety allotment under the Foundation School Program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tallarico to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this brings back the lost art of classroom management. Safety in the school starts with structure, order, and management in the classroom. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 222. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Metcalf voting aye. So Mr. McLaughlin voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 91 ayes and 55 nays, House Bill 222 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 645. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 645 by Gonzales of El Paso relating to the provision of certain co-navigation services to individuals who are deafblind.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, yesterday we were really tired, so I didn't get to do this, but there were so many people who were instrumental in helping Senator Hughes and I get this across the finish line. So I want to thank all of y'all, and you know who you are, but this bill will help our Texas citizens who are deaf and blind. So imagine that life and imagine the support we can give them. So thank you to everybody who's made this happen. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 645. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. McLaughlin voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 107 ayes and 39 nays, House Bill 645 is finally passed. Chair lays it on third reading. House Bill 1458. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1458 by Metcalf relating to the armed security officers required to be present at public schools.
Chair asks Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is about expanding the eligibility for armed personnel in schools. We do have one perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by McLaughlin.
Chair recognizes Mr. McLaughlin to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to thank Chairman Metcalf for bringing up this bill. My amendment only makes HB 1458 better and stronger. Under Chairman Metcalf's bill, a reserve police officer is allowed to serve at the discretion of the chief of police of a school district, including a reserve police officer who does not hold a permanent peace officer's license. Members, we all know that when the crisis strikes, those entrusted with the powers and duties to protect us must know how to effectively respond to those emergencies. My amendment requires those officers go through the necessary training related to active shooter responses if they're to serve in this role. I move passage.
Mr. McLaughlin sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. It is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to close on his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is going to be a great bill for our students, keep them safe, and our educators. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1458. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. McLaughlin voting aye. Griffin Hawkins voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 145 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 1458 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1022. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1022 by Morales of Maverick relating to the course levels offered at Sul Ross State University Rio Grande College.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. As I mentioned late last night, we had a proposed layout of this bill, which is very important to my district, specifically to Maverick County. But due to the late time, and I know there were a lot of tired folks, we postponed it. I have my prop guy over here. SR stands for Sul Ross, and you'll know a little bit more about it as to why. But if you can, please indulge me with this opportunity to lay out this bill, because while many of you may already have this in your districts, this bill is truly a transformative piece of legislation that will change the trajectory of South Central Texas, Maverick County, and the region. And this can only be done with your help and with your support. Many of you represent communities with the advantage of one or even several universities. Unfortunately, that's not the reality for many students in my hometown and in my region. In my lifetime, in 1975, if you were to ask those babies that were born in 1975, if there was a university in their area, in their region, they would have told you no. I am now 50 years later, I'm now 50 years old, and 50 years later, we are still in the same boat. But with your help today, we can make that change. That's exactly what House Bill 1022 sets out to do. Sul Ross State University Rio Grande College has campuses in Eagle Pass, Del Rio, and Uvalde, but it's currently limited to offering only junior and senior level courses. HB 1022 strikes just two words, upper level, but it unlocks a world of possibilities for those folks back home. The distance to a quality education is a barrier that many families simply can't overcome, especially when you're on the border, especially when you're a first-generation immigrant, and especially when you may not have the resources that are available in more urban communities. This bill gives them that option. The Texas State University system has already committed $30 million to build the first standalone facility here in Eagle Pass. Administration is finalizing the generous donation of 100 acres by a local family in Eagle Pass. There was actually 4 families willing to work with the Texas State University system to donate a minimum of 100 acres. That's how passionate our community is about this. And at least one potential industrial project alone is estimated to bring around 300,000 jobs over the next 15 years, which I hope to talk to you more about it later this legislative session, as I bring a facet of that to you all. Local leaders, educators, and families are ready for this opportunity. Members, when I first ran for office, I promised to fight for all Texans, especially for communities like mine that had been historically underserved and too often forgotten by the state. I envision a South Central Texas where students have a choice when it comes to obtaining a quality education at home, where they have the opportunity to become teachers, nurses, small business owners, and civic leaders at home. This bill may just be a small change in the law, but to us, it means everything. I would like to take the time to thank all the bipartisan joint and co-authors, especially Representative Pat Curry, who has drank the Eagle Pass Maverick County water, and now we can't get rid of him. No, but it truly, and thank you for being there, for being passionate about Eagle Pass, and for being passionate about Maverick County. We love you, and we appreciate the opportunity that you've given us to get to know Eagle Pass and Maverick County better. Chairman Richard Raymond as well. We may be regionally located, and I know that it's not an easy decision for him to make because he also has to represent the city of Laredo. But I also understand that he's deeply passionate about higher education, as many of you are, and I thank you for that. Chairman Colonel Wilson, for the opportunity to listen to me and to give us that opportunity to be able to lay this bill out before your committee and all of your committee members. Thank you for that. It is a breath of fresh air to be able to work with chairmen such as you. Thank you. And more importantly, when I had the opportunity to visit with Speaker Burrows, when he asked, what are your priorities? What are your legislative priorities? You gave us that field and that foundation by which we could be able to work and make sure that we represented the people of Eagle Pass and Maverick County to the fullest. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart, Speaker. This is what progress looks like. And especially after last night and some of the difficulties that we've had this morning, I think we all need to return back to that issue. That we are one legislative body, that we can be bipartisan, that this is community-driven, and that this bill is long overdue. So I thank you for your patience. I thank you for the opportunity of laying this very important bill back to the people, many of which are listening and are viewing right now.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
if I talk to the gentleman? ask the
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, I do
Gentleman
for
yields
questions.
for questions.
I think you would be remiss if you didn't thank my desk mate, the chairman of calendars, for setting your bill.
Yes, Chairman Canales, when I meant joint and co-authors, I was talking to many of you, including the chairman of calendars. Yes, thank you. Members, this bill is good, and at this time I'd like to offer a perfecting amendment to make it even better.
Members, the following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Morales of Maverick.
Chair recognizes Ms. Morales and Maverick to explain the amendment.
This amendment just simply changes the effective date from 2028, which was a typographical error. The administration caught it, and we're changing it to 2026. It's acceptable to the author. I'm proposing it, so I move adoption.
Ms. Morales of Maverick sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair asks Mr. Morales to close on his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, folks, I know that we're all in short, we had very short time to rest and come back up here. I ask for your support, your bipartisan support on this. Let's light up this, the board's green, and show our community back home that we stand behind them when we're talking about higher ed, when we're talking about opportunities, when we're talking about economic growth, and making sure that we put the proper foundation for everyone to flourish, especially that we're focusing on those people on the border and that we're doubling down on the border and making it an opportunity to make sure that we give them the opportunity that we all deserve in Texas. This vote today is not just for those on the border, but for everyone in Texas. You may end up having to hire one of these individuals. Thank you.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1022. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Curry voting aye. Mr. Raymond voting aye. Ms. Villalobos voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 137 ayes and 7 nays, House Bill 1022 is finally passed. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 141. The clerk will read the bell.
HB 141 by manual, relating to the adoption of the revised interstate compact for the placement of children by the state of Texas, making conforming changes.
Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain his bill.
Thank you, members. I just want to read all of the enacting clauses really quick. This is about the the revised interstate compact replacement of children. It's going to put Texas in the forefront. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 141. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Manuel voting aye. Mr. Griffin Hawkins voting aye. Ms. Hull voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes and 9 nays, House Bill 141 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 643. The clerk will ring the bell. Read the bill.
HB 643 by Gervin Hawkins, relating to the requirement for payment bonds from certain public work contractors.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins to explain the bill.
Payment bond increase from $25,000 to $100,000 for municipal projects.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 643. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 98 ayes and 47 nays, House Bill 643 is finally passed. Chair lays on third reading House Bill 3093. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3093 by Villalobos, relating to the calculation of certain ad valorem tax rates of the taxing unit for the year in which a property owner provides notice that the owner intends to appeal an order for an appraisal review board determining a protest by an owner regarding the appraisal of the owner's property.
Chair recognizes Ms. Villalobos to explain the bill.
This bill will allow local entities along the Gulf Coast to budget off of uncontested values. This protects local taxing jurisdictions from bankruptcy when large properties in their communities are faced with unrealistic increases in property valuations. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3093. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. It's fairly voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 145 ayes and 1 nay, House Bill 3093 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1700. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1700 by Fairley, relating to certain records of health professionals providing a telemedicine, medical service, teledentistry, dental service, or telehealth service.
Chair recognizes Ms. Fairley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that helps our telehealth providers. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1700. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 144 ayes and 1 nay, House Bill 1700 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 117. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 117 by Schoolcraft, relating to the establishment of the Governor's Task Force of the Governance of Early Childhood Education and Care.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schoolcraft to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill creates the Governor's Task Force on Early Childhood Services. I move adoption.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 117. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 103 ayes and 40 nays, House Bill 117 is finally passed. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development, which is scheduled to meet today upon final adjournment, has been canceled.
Mr. Busey, for what purpose? Chair recognizes Ms. Howard for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members,
After a late night on the floor toward the end of the 2019 legislative session, I got a call walking back to my office that would change my life forever. My husband had suffered a cardiac arrest and an anoxic brain injury. He was then my 24/7 duty for the next year and a half until he died. 2 sessions ago, the morning after another contentious debate similar to the one that we had last evening, I came to the front microphone to share my profound appreciation for this body who gave me so much love and support. And I said that even though we vehemently disagree on certain issues, at the end of the day, we are family. I consider you my family. Each of us represents a piece of this great state, and our constituents equally deserve to feel represented in this body. We all deserve the opportunity to come before this chamber to recognize, celebrate, and mourn our constituents and know that we and they will be met with the utmost respect. That is what I expected when I filed H.R. 236. I expected to have the opportunity to honor my former constituent and be met with the respect that moment commands. Our political backgrounds and beliefs may differ, but we cannot allow those differences to cross the line of common decency, especially when it comes to honoring the lives of those we have lost, because that's what I was trying to do here today. This was not to make a political statement. I'm standing before the chamber today to honor the life of an incredible woman who was a colleague, friend, and sister to many of us, Cecile Richards. However, unlike other families who have had the opportunity to come to the Capitol to memorialize their loved ones, the Richards family was denied that opportunity. Due to the online controversy over this memorial resolution and the potential, which turned out to actually happen, that members of this body would disparage or speak ill of Cecile, her family chose not to join us today. And I'm actually very grateful that they were not present to experience the hurt that would have been inflicted on them. Members, this is the people's house. The Richards family should have felt comfortable coming to their house to honor their loved one. Cecile Richards, like all of us in this room, dedicated her life to serving others and advocating her beliefs. Like her mother, Governor Ann Richards, Cecile fought to ensure every Texan had equal access to a quality education, affordable health care, and opportunities to realize their version of the American dream. She is known by many for her tenacity, grit, wisdom, and heart. Her work through the Texas Freedom Network, Planned Parenthood, and Supermajority has made a positive change on the fabric of our state and nation. And she is clearly continuing to have an impact today. Many of us in this room knew Cecile personally. Our lives were changed through her counsel and friendship. Cecile, like her mother Anne, led a remarkable and historic life that deserves to be honored and recognized. And I appreciate the opportunity to have had this time with you today to honor my friend and constituent, former constituent, Cecile Richards. Thank you, members.
Mr. Busey, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I just would like to request that Representative Howard's remarks on this recognition be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker and members.
Thank you, members. Members, the speaker's desk is clear. If you have any announcements, please bring them down front. Mr. Guerin moves the House adjourn pending the reading and referral of bills until 11 a.m. Tuesday, April 22nd. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House stands adjourned pending the reading and referral of bills. The following bills and resolutions on first reading and referral to committee. The clerk will read the bills and resolutions.
HB 5675 by Morales of Maverick relating to the composition of the Board of Directors and the powers of the Presidio County Underground Water Conservation District for the Committee on Natural Resources. HB 5676 by Wilson relating to the eminent domain authority of the Williamson County Municipal Utility District Number 40 for the Committee on Land Resource Management. HB 5677 by Cole relating to the creation of the Pura Vida Municipal Management District Number 1, providing authority to issue bond authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes, limiting power to eminent domain for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. HB 5678 by Curtis relating the creation of the Rivers Market Place Municipal Management District, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes, granting a power of limited eminent domain referred to the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. HB 5679 by Guerin relating the creation of the Hills Walnut Creek Municipal Utility District of the Parker County, granting a limited power of eminent domain, providing authority to issue bonds, providing an authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes referred to the Committee of Land and Resource Management. HB 5680 by Holt relating the creation of the Bayou Bell Municipal Management Water District, granting a limited power of eminent domain, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes referred to the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 8 by Shortner relating the agreement between sheriffs and the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement Force and federal immigration law referred to the Subcommittee on County and Regional Government. SB 11 by Middleton relating to the period of prayer and reading of Bible and other religious texts in public schools referred to the Committee on State Affairs. SB 27 by Creighton relating the rights of public schools educators and financial and other assistance provided to educators in the public schools to the Texas Education Agency relating to public school educators referred to the Committee on Public Education. SB 29 by Hughes relating the business entities referred to the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 38 by Betancourt relating the eviction from real property of certain persons not entitled to enter, occupy, or retain certain possessions of the premises referred to the Committee of Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 2004 by Paxton relating in the Handbook of Parental Rights and Education, training requirements of the parental rights and education of a member of the Board of Trustees of the School District for the Committee on Public Education. SB 266 by Perry relating to certain tax and fees collection procedures and taxpayer suits or for the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 268 by Perry relating to procedures certain complaints against healthcare practitioners for the Committee on Public Health. SB 296 by Perry relating to the driving safety and motor vehicle operator training course dismissal for the Committee on Transportation. HB 3004 by Perry related to the jurisdiction of municipal courts over health and safety nuance abatement ordinances or for the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 305 by Perry relating the criminal offense of passing certain vehicles on highway for the Committee on Transportation. HB 310 by Hughes relating the termination of majority votes in certain elections for the Committee on Elections. HB 326 by King relating the procedure for determining whether a student's violation of public school or public school institutions of higher education's student code of conduct was motivated by anti-Semitism or for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 4002 by Paxton relating the payment of certain ad valorem tax refunds or for the Committee on Ways and Means. HB 406 by Middleton relating the required inclusion of a person's sex on a birth certificate and prohibited change of sex on the birth certificate of certain persons or for the Committee on Public Health. HB 447 by Hinojosa Chewy or for the Committee of relating to the authorizing certain municipalities to change the date on whether their general election for officers is held for the Committee on Elections. SB 455 by Middleton relating to the arbitration provisions of certain surplus lines and insurance contracts for the Committee on Insurance. SB 458 by Shortner relating the appraisal process for disputed losses under personal automobile residential property insurance policies for the Committee on Insurance. SB 462 by Colcourse relating the establishment of child care services waiting list property for the certain children of child care workers or for the Subcommittee on Workforce. SB 464 by Campbell relating the operation of near public or private primary, secondary schools or retail establishments selling cigarettes, e-cigarettes, vaping apprentices, or tobacco products, or for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 5004 by Colcourse relating disclosure of certain financial information by certain nonprofit organizations that enter sizable contracts with political subdivisions, or for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 522 by Perry relating certification and regulation of certain out-of-state certificate public accounts, or for the Committee of Licensing Administrative Procedures. SB 532 by Sparks relating the grant amounts under the Young Farmer Grant Program, or for the Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. SB 54-1 by Colcourse relating the cottage food production operations, or for the Committee on Public Health. SB 69 by Paxton 609 by Paxton relating they require an independent school districts, home rule school districts, and open enrollment charter schools to comply with legally required policies for the Committee on Public Education. HB 660 by West relating to the installation of bollards and other safety barrier adjacent to hospital emergency rooms or for the Committee on Public Health. SB 681 by Hughes relating the renewal of engineering licensing or registration for the Committee on Licensing and Administrative Procedures. SB 687 by Hughes relating the liability for land surveying services in connection with other construction services or contracts or for the Committee of Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 689 by Hughes relating the employment practices regarding diversity and prohibiting the implementation of diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives by certain government entities or for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 693 by West relating the notary's public creating criminal offense or for the Committee of Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 711 by Hughes relating to the property owners associations, including condominium unit owners association for the Committee of Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 745 by Colcourse relating the enhancing the criminal penalty for the offense of intoxication, manslaughter, and certain circumstances or for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 746 by Zaffarini relating the guardianship matters or for the Subcommittee on Family and Fiduciary Relationships. SB 765 by Colcourse relating confidentiality and the fraud detection and deterrence of information and public information law for the Committee of Delivery and Government Efficiency. SB 779 by Middleton relating the common law practice of public nuance claims or for the Committee of Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 783 by Menendez relating to regulations adopted by governmental entities for the construction or alteration of the residential commercial buildings or for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 785 by Flores relating the regulation of the new HUD code manufactured housing or for the Committee of Land and Resource Management. SB 868 by Sparks relating the allocation of money appropriated to the Rural Volunteer Fire Department Assistance Program for the Committee on Appropriations. SB 879 by Birdwell relating the exemption of the drillers and the operation of the closed-loop geothermal injection wells for certain requirements applicable to persons involving in activities within the jurisdiction of the Railroad Commission of Texas for the Committee on Energy Resources. SB 888 by Colcourse relating the Attorney General's defense of the District of the County Attorney against certain lawsuits in federal court for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 897 by Blanco relating the administration of the grant program to support community mental health programs assisting veterans and their families or for the Subcommittee on Defense and Veterans Affairs. SB 901 by Colcourse relating to the declaration of the candidates and eligibility of the basis of the filing an application for the place of the general primary election ballot for the nomination of the convention with one or more political parties or for the Committee on Elections. SB 921 by Sparks relating to conducting an ex parte renewal of the recipient's Medicaid eligibility for the Committee on Human Services. SB 922 by Hancock relating to disclosure of certain medical information by electronic means or for the Committee on Public Health. SB 927 by Hancock relating the issuance of the Navy and Marine Corps Achievement Medal Specialty License Plates for the Subcommittee on Defense and Veterans Affairs. SB 963 by Hughes relating to allowing Medicaid managed care organizations to engage in marketing above the availability of a certain private health care benefit plan coverage for the Subcommittee for the Committee on Human Services. SB 984 by Bencourt relating to the access of individualized investigation treatments for patients with life-threatening or severely debilitating illnesses or for the Committee on Public Health. SB 996 by Nichols relating to the fireworks sales and the public retail fireworks permit holders on certain dates for the Subcommittee on County and Regional Government. SB 1008 by Middleton relating to the state and local authority to regulate food industry for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 1023 by Betancourt relating to the calculation of certain ad valorem tax rates for the Committee on Weight and Means. SB 1033 by Hughes relating to the withdrawal of candidate runoff primary election for the Committee on Elections. SB 1035 by Sparks relating to the equitable relief of the enforcement of certain governmental requirements that affect agricultural operations for the Committee of Agriculture and Livestock. SB 1057 by Parker relating to the submission and approval of certain proposals by shareholders and nationally listed corporations for the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 1058 by Parker relating to the inclusion of certain security transactions payments from the total revenue of the taxable entity in the registered securities market or operator for the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 1062 by Colcourse relating to the type of newspaper required for publication of public notices or for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 1066 by Perry relating to the requirement of performance payment bonds with certain contractors of the Parks and Wildlife Department for the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SB 1119 by Hughes relating to the liability of water park entities for injuries arising from certain activities or for the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 1120 by Hinojosa relating to the rights of a victim, guardian of a victim, or close relative of a deceased victim in certain criminal cases involving family violence, sexual or assaultive, offensive, stalking, or violation of the protective order, the condemning of the bond for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 1124 by Huffman relating to the discovery of a criminal case or for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 1147 by Birdwell relating to the withdrawal of the state of Texas from the Interstate Mining Compact or for the Committee on Energy Resources. SB 1171 by Perry relating to the compensation, leave, and physical fitness programs and standards for certain employees of the Office of Inspector General of the Texas Juvenile Justice Department for the Subcommittee on Juvenile Justice. SB 1172 by Perry relating to exempting the transaction to the regulation of the Texas Real Estate Commission Commission for the Committee on Licensing and Administrative Procedures. SB 1173 by Perry relating the amount of the expenditure made by certain political subdivisions with a competitive procurement method by which may be required for this Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 1188 by Colcourse relating the electronic health record requirements authorizing a civil penalty for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 1197 by Bertle relating the operation of an unmanned aircraft over a spaceport for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 1208 by King relating to increasing the criminal penalty for the offense of the interference with public duties for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence.
SB 1210 by Hughes relating to the jurisdiction of the Texas Supreme Court and the Court of Criminal Appeals for the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 1215 by Colcourse relating to the placement of a cultivated oyster in a natural oyster bed, a private oyster bed, or a coastal water, refer to the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SB 1229 by Hughes relating to the designation of a portion of U.S. Highway 69 in Smith County as Veterans Memorial Highway, refer to the Subcommittee on Events and Veterans Affairs. SB 1233 by Hancock relating to information regarding perennial palliative care, creating an administrative penalty, refer to the Committee on Public Health. SB 1238 by Colcourse relating to the prohibited insurance discrimination on the basis of an insured marital status following the death of an insured spouse, refer to the Committee on Insurance. SB 1239 by Middleton relating to the choice of law on assignment or acquisition or claims and demands in connection with the certificated or uncertificated securities, for the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 1245 by Blanco relating to the taking of the certain odd-head sheep or by using a helicopter, refer to the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SB 1259 by Nichols relating to the regulation of land surveyors by the Texas Board of Professional Engineers and Land Surveyors, refer to the Committee on Licensing and Administrative Procedures. SB 1265 by Alvarado relating to the certain duties of the Texas Workforce Commission with respect to child care resources, refer to the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 1267 by Alvarado relating to the certificates or number of certificates of title issued by and records kept by the Parks and Wildlife Department, creating a criminal offense, refer to the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SB 1271 by Hancock relating to the concurrent jurisdiction of this state over United States military installations with respect to certain subject matters, for the Subcommittee on Defense and Veterans Affairs. SB 1273 by Hughes relating to establishing the Higher Education Research Security Council, for the Committee on Higher Education. SB 1302 by Colcourse relating to the eligibility to use a general permit to discharge waste into or adjacent to waters in the state, for the Committee on Natural Resources. SB 1316 by Cook relating to the prohibition on e-cigarette advertising in certain locations, for the Committee on Public Health. SB 1318 by Schwertner relating to the restrictions on covenants not to compete with physicians and certain healthcare practitioners, for the Committee on Public Health. SB 1321 by Hagen-Butch relating to the compensation and the leave for certain peace officers, for the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs. SB 1330 by Hancock relating to the billing and reimbursement for certain medical equipment, devices, and supplies provided to Medicare enrollees, creating criminal offense, for the Committee on Insurance. SB 1332 by Hancock relating to the group health benefit plan policy or contract holders' obligations to pay premiums on behalf of the individual after the individual's eligibility for group coverage terminates, for the Committee on Insurance. SB 1333 by Hughes relating to unauthorized entry, occupancy, sale, rental, lease, advertisement for sale, rental, or lease, or conveyance of real property, including the removal of certain unauthorized occupants of a dwelling, creating criminal offense, increasing criminal penalty, authorizing a fee, for the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 1341 by Hancock relating to the regulation of manufactured homes, for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 1350 by Hughes relating to the commission and coordinate celebrations of bicentennial anniversary of Texas independence, for the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SB 1355 by Parker relating to the liquor sales on credit by the holder of the distillers and rectifiers permit to wholesaler, for the Committee on Licensing and Administrative Procedures. SB 1358 by Parker relating to the prohibited local regulations regarding certain late night and overnight deliveries to food service establishments, for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 1370 by Parker relating to the establishment of the Office of Medical Examiner in certain counties, for the Subcommittee on County and Regional Government. SB 1371 by Hinojosa Wanchui relating to the operation of certain metropolitan transit authorities, for the Committee on Transportation. SB 1378 by Parker relating to the powers of certain non-resident seller permit holders who also hold a winery permit, for the Committee on Licensing and Administrative Procedures. SB 1403 by West relating to the administration of the Title IV-D agency with powers and duties of the Title IV-D agency regarding the collection, modification, and enforcement of child support and certain procedures for cases and orders relating to Title IV-D agency, referred to the Subcommittee on Family and Fiduciary Relationships. SB 1404 by West relating to the requirements for certain orders and judgments rendered in a suit affecting the parent-child relationship, for the Subcommittee on Family and Fiduciary Relationships. SB 1405 by Nichols relating to the increasing access and the reducing taxation of Internet services, for the Subcommittee on Telecommunications and Broadband. SB 1426 by Huffman relating to operation and management of the first Capital State Historic Site and replica by the Texas Historical
Historical Commission, for the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SB 1437 by Betancourt, relating to the eligibility of certain individuals for certification of certain juvenile officers or employees of a juvenile facility, for the Subcommittee on Juvenile Justice. SB 1448 by Hughes, relating to the decedent's estates and other matters involving probate courts, for the Subcommittee on Family and Fiduciary Relationships. SB 1450 by Betancourt, relating to the third-party review or development documents and inspection of improvements required to be approved by the political subdivision, for the Committee on Land and Resource Management. SB 1464 by Hinojosa Wanchui, relating to the hearing or the refusal to issue or the revocation or suspension of a vehicle title, for the Committee on Transportation. SB 1484 by Hinojosa Adam, relating to the marketing and sale of catfish and similar fish by food service establishments, food service suppliers, wholesalers, distributors, and wholesale distributors, providing administrative and civil penalties, for the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 1493 by Parker, relating to lighting equipment requirement for motor vehicles, for the Committee on Transportation. SB 1494 by Johnson, relating to the authority of certain political subdivisions to change the date of their general elections, for the Committee on Elections. SB 1536 by Zaffarini, relating to the training on Alzheimer's disease, dementia, and related disorders for certain guardians, for the Subcommittee on Family and Fiduciary Relationships. SB 1559 by Zaffarini, relating to the transfer of a protective order, refer to the Subcommittee on Family and Fiduciary Relationships. SB 1567 by Betancourt, relating to the authority of the home rule municipalities to regulate the occupancy of a dwelling units, for the Committee on Land and Resource Management. SB 1569 by King, relating to the availability of certain personal information of a member of the governing board of an institution of higher education, the chief executive officer of the institution, and chief executive officer of the university system, for the Committee on Delivery of Government Efficiency. SB 1589 by Hancock, relating to the contract requirement for a contract between a single source continuum contractor and the Department of Family and Protective Services, for the Committee on Human Services. SB 1592 by Blanco, relating to the collection of state and local hotel occupancy taxes and assessments related to the hotels by an accommodations intermediary, refer to the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 1598 by Hagen-Butch, relating to the release of motor vehicle collision report information, refer to the Committee on Transportation. SB 1637 by King, relating to the prosecution of the offense of deadly conduct, for the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs. SB 1644 by Schwertner, relating to the use of consumers' credit score in the underwriting or rating of certain personal lines, property, and casualty insurance policies, for the Committee on Insurance. SB 1709 by Hinojosa Adam, relating to the designation of a portion of Farm to Market Road 70 in Nueces County at the Los Robles Trail, for the Committee on Transportation. SB 1729 by Miles, relating to the registration and inspection of vehicles, for the Committee on Transportation. SB 1733 by Colcourse, relating to the composition of the board of the Calhoun Port Authority, for the Committee on Transportation. SB 1744 by Hughes, relating to the designation of State Loop 255 in Camp County as the Camp County Vietnam Veterans Memorial Highway, for the Subcommittee on Defense and Veterans Affairs. SB 1809 by Flores, relating to the creation of the offense of fraudulent use, possession, or tampering with a gift card packaging, or gift card data or redemption information, for the Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services. SB 1810 by Schwertner, relating to the annual statistical report for fixing title insurance premium rates, for the Committee on Insurance. SB 1814 by Hancock, relating to the creation and maintenance of an electronic database to provide information of certain members of the United States Armed Forces regarding the resources and benefits provided to veterans, for the Subcommittee on Defense and Veterans Affairs. SB 1841 by Johnson, relating to the confidentiality of certain information collected by certain local governments and airport governing boards, for the Committee on Transportation. SB 1895 by Perry, relating to the designation of a portion of State Highway Loop 88 in Lubbock County as the First Responders Memorial Loop, for the Committee on Transportation. SB 1930 by Hinojosa Wanchui, relating to the use of the proceeds from the sale of saltwater fishing stamps issued by the Parks and Wildlife Department, for the Committee on Culture and Recreation and Tourism. SB 1948 by Perry, relating to the regulation of fire prevention standards at certain agricultural facilities, for the Committee on Land and Resource Management. SB 1967 by Hinojosa Wanchui, relating to the project eligible for financial assistance from the Flood Infrastructure Fund, for the Committee on Natural Resources. SB 2039 by Hancock, relating to the applicability of certain pedestrian laws and certain sidewalk users, for the Committee on Transportation. SB 2064 by Perry, relating to an exemption from certain taxes imposed on the transfer of a motor vehicle to a person from a decedent or the decedent's estate, for the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 2065 by Huffman, relating to the Texas Emergency Services Retirement System, for the Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services. SB 2078 by Colcourse, relating to the regulation of composting in certain counties, authorizing civil penalty, for the Committee on Environmental Regulation. SB 2148 by Hall, relating to the reliability of the electricity supply chain, for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 2155 by Perry, relating to the regulation of veterinary professionals and the facilities by the State Board of Veterinary and Medical Examiners and the temporary administration of the Board of the Department of Licensing and Regulation, for the Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. SB 2188 by Hinojosa Adam, relating to the spaceflight activities, for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 2230 by Hinojosa Adam, relating to the evacuation of unauthorized persons from a hazard area in connection with space spaceflight activities, creating a criminal offense for the Subcommittee on County and Regional Government. SB 2232 by Hinojosa Adam, relating to the designating October 21st as Unplugged Texas Day for the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SB 2365 by Creighton, relating to the policy prohibiting the use of personal wireless communication devices by public school students during instructional time for the Committee on Public Education. SB 2406 by Paxton, relating to the Sabine River Authority of Texas, following recommendations of the Sunset Advisory Commission, specifying grounds for the removal of a member of the Board of Directors for the Committee on Natural Resources. SB 2407 by Sparks, relating to the Lower Nissus Valley Authority, following recommendations of the Sunset Advisory Commission, specifying grounds for the removal of a member of the Board of Directors for the Committee on Natural Resources. SB 2411 by Schwartner, relating to business organizations for the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SJR 12 by Paxton, proposing a constitutional amendment establishing a parent's right to direct a child's education for the Committee on Public Education. SJR 81 by Betancourt, proposing a constitutional amendment to authorize the legislature to exempt from ad valorem taxation a portion of the market value of a tangible person's property a person owns that is held or used for the production of income for the Committee on Ways and Means. SCR 6 by Hall, designating Rockwall County as the official marriage capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035 for the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SCR 22 by Hughes, designating the cannon as the official state gun of Texas for the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SCR 27 by Eckhart, authorizing the burial of Guy Herman in the State Cemetery for the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SCR 32 by Hall, directing the Texas Facilities Commission to name the new transit amenity center of the 207 West 14th Street and the Capitol Complex as the lead-on transit amenity in honor of Justin Dart for the Committee on State Affairs.
Pursuant to a motion previously adopted, the House stands adjourned until 11 a.m. on Tuesday.